mercy and forgiveness. Mr. Speaker, sir, you are never too far gone to start over and make better choices. That is what reform and rehab is all about. However, oftentimes in the gang culture, you will hear the only time you leave in this is by death. Section 9 of this bill, though, protects those persons who wish to leave their dark past behind, who wish to start over, who wish to walk away from bad practices and evil lifestyles and do good. So if you are a gang member and you want to leave and you're being prevented from doing so, you can bring a complaint under this piece of legislation. And because of plea bargaining and the discretion of the police, they can exercise their right as to whether or not they wish to charge you. Mr. Speaker, sir, Section 5 of this bill addresses the involvement of law enforcement officers in gang activity and participation of gang membership. Because let us be very real, there are police officers not only here, but all over the world who are crooked, dirty cops. Let us be real. Those police officers who are bought, bribed, are on the payrolls of gangs and gang leaders, Mr. Speaker, sir. But this legislation deals with them, making them liable on conviction on indictment to a mandatory minimum of 10 years or maximum of 25 years imprisonment, sir. So this legislation, while it empowers police by giving them powers, it equally holds them accountable because they are not exempt and they are not above the law. Now, Mr. Speaker, sir, when this bill first became available to the public, there were some concerns from persons in my constituency who come from communities that have bad reputations or are known as hotspots. I want to make it very clear, Mr. Speaker, sir, that this bill is not intended to be used as a tool for the discrimination and or harassment of poor people. Mr. Speaker, sir, I equally want to make it clear that whilst I support this bill, you, the constituents, cannot be deemed to be gang affiliated only based on your geographical location. The police cannot use your address as the sole reason or ground for detaining or charging you under this legislation. And I want to make it even clearer that if I come to find out that if and when this bill becomes law, and any of my constituents from any of the communities in my constituencies who may be deemed as a hotspot have been subjected to unfair or unwarranted or unjust treatment by members of the Barbados Police Service, purporting to exercise their powers under this bill, I will represent my constituents to the highest degree without fear and favor. And as the great William Congreve once said in his famous play, "Hell hath no fury like a woman scorned." Mr. Speaker, sir, us lawyers know the hurdles we sometimes have to get or go through to get our clients released from police custody. But maybe not you, Mr. Speaker, sir, or the honourable member from the city, because as we young people, they say one is big ones. But me, the small fish like me, the hurdles sometimes we have to go through to get our clients released from police custody is sometimes an impossible task, Mr. Speaker, sir. But for once in the history of legislation, and I believe the honourable member from the city called it landmark legislation, Mr. Speaker, sir, this bill clearly for the first time sets out rules for detention without arrest. Mr. Speaker, sir, there has never been a definitive time frame for how long police can hold a person in custody without charging them. The police are known to hold persons sometimes up to a week without charging them because the law only speaks to a reasonable time. This bill under Section 18 makes it very clear it clearly states from when the clock begins to run, which is from the time of arrest and detention. It states that you must be informed of the grounds of your detention without delay. The police must maintain a custody record and record the grounds in that custody record and update those grounds if necessary. Section 18 also creates a check and balance by mandating that after 48 hours, the divisional officer responsible for the police station in which the person is being detained reviews the grounds of detention and can order that that person be released if they are satisfied that the detention of the person is not reasonably required due to the stage of investigation, or if detention is reasonably required, apply to a High Court judge in chambers for a detention order, supported by evidence on oath. That judge can then order you be detained for a period for no more than 7 days after the time of arrest and detention. The person detained can also apply to a judge for a discharge of that order. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, the bill is very, very clear. Now, there were some whispers, and I would use the words, the Honourable Member of the City, there were some whispers I heard saying that this bill is a reactive bill. It does not come in as a preventative measure. It does not promote reform or rehabilitation. But, Mr. Speaker, sir, this bill must not be viewed in its isolation, but it must be viewed together with the many other efforts this government is making to combat the issue of crime. I particularly wish to commend this government for recognizing that prevention must sit alongside enforcement. You have heard me speak on this before, where I have voiced a concern that too often legislation in this space focuses only on punishment after the fact rather than proactive measures. But what this bill attempts to do is to intervene earlier by disrupting networks, deterring recruitment, and preventing escalation. Mr. Speaker, sir, at the same time, I believe it is important, even as we support this bill, to recognize that legislation is only one pillar of the broader strategy. And I am encouraged, Mr. Speaker, sir, that this government has not treated crime as simply a policing issue. You have heard the Honourable Prime Minister on many occasions mention that crime is an all-hands-on-deck issue. We all have a part to play. The government, through initiatives aimed at youth empowerment, skills development, and entrepreneurship, many of which are already taking root in our communities, whether it's the YES program, Project Dawn, the Trust Loan Fund, NTI through partnering with Coursera, there is a clear appreciation that we must close the pipeline into gang involvement, not just police its consequences. Because if we are honest, Mr. Speaker, sir, the strongest anti-gang policy is not only found in the statute books, it is found in opportunity. When a man has nothing to gain or look forward to, he believes he has nothing to lose. And a man that believes he has nothing to lose is a dangerous man. So in closing, Mr. Speaker, sir, what this bill ultimately does is send a strong message that criminal activity ought to find no comfort here. And so, Mr. Speaker, sir, I have to support this bill, not only because of what it does, but because of what it represents. It represents a government that is listening, acting, and committed to safeguarding the future of this country. And for that, Mr. Speaker, sir, the bill deserves our support. With those few words, I am obliged.
Honourable Member for St. Michael's South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. I am pleased to have the opportunity to participate in this particular conversation, Mr. Speaker, sir. I do so conscious of the fact that this is perhaps one of the more important bills that we've had. I do so, sir, also conscious that even as we debate this bill, Barbados is also dealing with another murder. And while the member for St. Michael's Southeast probably had more than her fair share to contend with in the Pine and the surrounding areas, Mr. Speaker, sir, I feel it personal because that's the community in which I grew up. And so, Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise to speak not as necessarily someone who sits in this place far from that reality. I must tell you, sir, before I begin my few comments, that I have known so many people who were killed, violently killed. And as I said before, these are not people that I know in passing. These are friends, people I grew up with, sir. So I understand this level of violence fairly personally, sir. Like the Honourable member who spoke before me, I've had too many young men too who were killed in my constituency. One who was all over my pictures and my videos during the last election, and he got killed the last weekend. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, this is not a theoretical conversation. This is real, and it is very real for me. I'm a social scientist, Mr. Speaker, sir. I spend my time trying to understand why things happen. What are the social causes of these issues? But even as a social scientist, as someone who tries to understand the violence, Mr. Speaker, sir, I cannot begin to excuse it. And it is in that vein, sir, that I begin by offering my support to the Honourable member for the city who piloted the bill and did an excellent job in so doing, Mr. Speaker, sir. I believe, Mr. Speaker, sir, that there are some key points in this bill. I believe, Mr. Speaker, sir, that there are some key points in the strategy that this government has had. We focus, as the Honourable member again who spoke before me, we focus on prevention. We've looked at intervention. In this particular conversation, I want to talk about what I call suppression, prevention, and restoration. And I think the public has to understand our approach to crime in that context. Suppression, prevention, and restoration, Mr. Speaker, sir. I am a social scientist. I taught it. You taught it, Mr. Speaker, sir. I am a social scientist by training, but I believe that a government has a responsibility to deal with consequences. We understand causes, but a government has a responsibility to deal with consequences. And the first area, Mr. Speaker, sir, that I want to address is in suppression. I read this bill from top to bottom. I read the brief, a very good brief by the Honourable member for the city, but I also read the bill from top to bottom, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I think that it is a very, very, very good piece of legislation. I believe, Mr. Speaker, sir, that the government, that the state, when it comes to what we're dealing with, the state has to be strong. There has to be no doubt in anybody's mind about where we stand on this issue. The state must be strong. And that the first line of responsibility for a government is protecting its law-abiding citizens. We have to make sure, Mr. Speaker, sir, that when we pilot bills into this place, when we implement policies and programs, sir, that we make sure that people, sir, can live a decent life. You should not feel fearful in your own land, Mr. Speaker, sir. And this bill does four things, I think, very, very well. I think it targets criminal conduct and it does not target communities. And for me, that is extremely important. You target criminal conduct and you don't target communities. Mr. Speaker, sir, we know, many of us, we don't like to talk about it, but many of us know what it is to grow up in a community that was judged. I know what it is to have to use my aunt's address when I was applying for a job and to say that I live in Regency Park. Because when I say I live in the Pine, nobody responded to my letters. And I got responses when I said I lived in Regency Park. That is something that I know for a fact. And I'm very grateful that this bill, Mr. Speaker, sir, addresses the conduct and not the communities, Mr. Speaker. So that's the first thing I think that this bill does well. I think any kind of geographic profiling is obscene, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I'm happy to say that this bill does not allow us to do that. It allows us to say that we will continue to protect communities from being labeled, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I feel that that is so important. That's the first thing I think that this bill does well, Mr. Speaker, sir. The second thing I think it does extremely well is that it protects children. We brought a child protection bill to this House, Mr. Speaker, sir. This government has concerned itself from the time we came to government with the protection of children. This bill does it extremely well. I hear them, Mr. Speaker, sir. I have not been so far removed. Children are soldiers. That's my soldier. Children at 7 and at 8. These little children seeking identity associate themselves with that idea of being a soldier. So-and-so is my soldier. Children are not soldiers, Mr. Speaker, sir. Children should not be anybody's lookouts. They should not be anybody's charge. sir. They should not be involved in any kind of criminal organization, period, Mr. Speaker. And I'm happy that this bill is extremely strong when it comes to protecting children, sir, because when you do that, when you start allowing children to be corrupted, Mr. Speaker, sir, you are essentially stealing the future of this country. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have said, and we are saying very clearly, no gang, I don't care where they're from, where they originate, no gang can steal the future of the children of this country, Mr. Speaker, sir. And this bill, in my estimation, makes it very, very clear, Mr. Speaker, sir. I like it. I like how the bill speaks, sir. The third point is that it goes after the entire criminal network. We said that you have to have some level of organization. The gangsters know, you know. The gangsters tell you there got to be order on the street. When you go you know who's the big man. He's the big man. You can't come and talk to so-and-so. You want to go in the community, you got to talk to this person. There's order. Mr. Speaker, sir, there's an order because there is organization. And this bill targets the entire organization of the criminal network, Mr. Speaker, sir, the gang leaders, the recruiters, the financiers, the harborers. This is a very good piece of legislation, sir. Those who try to intimidate witnesses, I read the bill, and I thought to myself that this is a very, very good piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker, sir. We know, though, however, that a shooting, in my view, requires more than a shooter. In Barbados, oftentimes, the person who done the shooting ain't even who owned the gun. The person doing the shooting oftentimes ain't got no issue with you. The guy that I lost last Saturday, I am 100% sure the man who killed him ain't got no problem with him at all. None at all. Just happened to be hanging with the wrong people at the wrong time. You shoot at a whole set of people in the middle of the dark. You don't know who you're shooting at, Mr. Speaker, sir? I said to myself that I easily could have been leaving that party, as could be any of us. You walking in the dark, you talking to the wrong man. The thing is, you don't even know who's the right man or the wrong man. You just walking, talking, and somebody can come and offload and just start shooting randomly, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'm happy that this bill, sir, seeks to address that, sir. I have met too many mothers, sir, who are afraid. I've met grandmothers, sir, who are afraid. We have communities living in fear. Mr. Speaker, sir, in the city, we visited the city before the Honourable member was member and the former member was there, sir. There were few of them people on the opposite side of the street, men letting you know that if I see he know, I can kill he know. And they meant it. So if you stand between them and the other side of the street, you're collateral damage. Mr. Speaker, so that cannot be the way for anybody to have to live, Mr. Speaker, sir. The fourth thing that I like about the bill, sir, is that it protects those who want to leave. Because if we are serious about tackling crime and tackling gangsters, you're going to have a conversation at some point with the people who are involved. A man might decide, I had enough of this. And this country has to give people space, sir, to change the ways, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I like that this bill allows a person who wants to leave. It protects them, sir. You have the right to leave the gang, sir. It protects them from retaliation. In as much, sir, as legislation can do that. In as much as legislation can do that, because at the end of the day, you know, some of these men ain't thinking. You know, Mr. Speaker, sir, the language that I use when it comes to this gang behavior is different. I can't use it in here, but it is different. Because a lot of these people that are doing nonsense know better, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I say so because when you talk to some of these men that we calling gangsters, these men ain't stupid. Some of them bright as ever. Read everything on social media. They're reading newspapers, some of them. They could tell you what's going on all over the world. They're empathetic when it comes to their children and to one another, Mr. Speaker, sir. So I understand that, Mr. Speaker, sir. I understand it very, very well. But I also understand the systems that produce it. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, while I begin by saying that I'm a social scientist, and I will obviously explain that in a minute, I want to make it absolutely clear that there is no condition under which I support any kind of gang activity, period. I do not support it in any form. I do not support it in any fashion, Mr. Speaker, sir. And no, we cannot allow our streets to run to madness, Mr. Speaker, sir. But when it comes to prevention, Mr. Speaker, sir, there are limits, in my view, of enforcement, sir. There's only so much, sir, that I believe suppression can do. The police can only do so much. I heard the police complain, Mr. Speaker, sir, that sometimes you get a man before the court and the court is the person. You see men on bail doing crime. Gunmen doing crime. So I know the police can only go so far. The courts, I know the Honourable Member for the City is working to make sure we get more serious and stern sentencing when it comes to the courts. But even that, sir, is not enough. We have to look at the systems, sir, that produce this behavior. This bill, Mr. Speaker, sir, can allow us to arrest, it can allow us to prosecute, it may even allow us to deter, and it absolutely will disrupt, Mr. Speaker. So this is a good bill, a very good bill, but this bill cannot raise a child. This bill cannot save or deal with a man who is dealing with trauma or a family who's dealing with trauma. It cannot restore a family. It does not create belonging. You do not read this bill and walk away thinking, I am part of something bigger. Mr. Speaker, sir, you have to understand the nature of gang activity. When you say to a man, I mean it, when you look to your left and you see a man who would die for you, literally, that means something, Mr. Speaker, sir. When you look to your right and you see a man who would die for you, that means something too. We could pass this piece of legislation, sir, but we have to give persons something else with which they can associate. We have to give people something else to believe in, something else that they feel that they belong to, Mr. Speaker. So we have to be able to create purpose, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I believe that that is the real challenge, in my view, before this country, Mr. Speaker, sir. So as I said at the outset, I support the bill and the sternness of penalties, but I also understand the systems, Mr. Speaker, sir. A gang problem is not merely a gang problem, Mr. Speaker, sir. A gang problem is not merely a gang problem, it is a family problem. Because at some point before the day is done or the week is done, the Honourable Member for St. Southeast has to be making a call to a family member or visiting a family member or saying something to somebody about what happened in the Pine today. Mr. Speaker, sir, it's a family problem. The family of the victim and the family of the perpetrator, Mr. Speaker, sir. The Honourable Prime Minister and myself, I think last year, we invited the mothers, well, the parents, we invited the parents of people who were lost to violence, mostly gun violence, to a meeting. The Prime Minister describes it as one of the hardest meetings she's had since she became Prime Minister of this country. To listen to these mothers speak about their children, their sons predominantly, sir, well, all were sons, who they lost to gang violence. There were hardly, I think there was only one man in the room. We invited the parents. One man came. That tells us, that should tell anybody something. Men are not as involved oftentimes in the parenting of these young men, Mr. Speaker, sir. And it was one of the most difficult conversations that we had. We listened to the ladies talk, sir, about the challenges that some of them had raising their children, the need for support, sir. It is not merely a gang problem. It's an education problem. It is a trauma problem. It is a community problem. In some cases, it's an employment problem, although some of the ones that I have had involved, sir, I had already given them jobs to. Mr. Speaker, sir, some of mine were working in jobs that I helped them to get. But when you look at all these things combined, sir, when I was heading the crime prevention program, sir, we attributed it to a problem associated with meaning, a meaning deficit. People don't find meaning in anything else, sir. And if you can't find meaning here, you will look for it somewhere else, sir. The Bible, sir, when you go to church, I tell you there's a song that says, we were born to worship. You know, men look for leadership. The most amazing thing about me, for me, sir, on a block, is the way men look up to the leader of the gang or the crew. The boss. The boss say this. The boss say that you can't disrespect the boss. This idea that you want to serve something else, sir. You have to break it down. If you're going to really tackle the problem, the Honourable Member for the City has the responsibility, you know. If you're going to really tackle the problem, you have to understand that ultimately it's a meaning problem. People are looking for purpose in all kinds of things. Men associate with more significance the title of shooter than they do father, Mr. Speaker, sir. Men would rather be considered a shooter than a father, Mr. Speaker, sir. That is a problem for this Caribbean country. It is a problem for this society, Mr. Speaker. So we have to find a way so that men associate meaning with things that would add value to their lives and to the lives of their children, Mr. Speaker, sir. So this bill can deal with gangs, but I believe our social interventions must deal with the conditions that create these gangs, Mr. Speaker, sir. We will be able to deal with the gangs in this bill, but the social conditions that lend itself to producing this phenomenon en masse, we have to be able to address it, Mr. Speaker. So I held the view for a long time that gangs have emerged as a competing social institution. Just that we had schools and we had church and men found meaning in those things. People find meaning in gangs, sir. They are a very powerful, competing social institution. My view is based in physics. Nature abhors a vacuum. And if you have a space in the physical world, sir, as in the social world, something will rise or will fall to take its place because nature abhors a vacuum. We have to find things, sir, for people to do that are of use. And the gangs offer that to many people. Mr. Speaker, so you don't even know sometimes when you're being lured into being part of a gang. It's not only a criminal organization. When somebody says, if you don't have any bus fare, you can give bus fare. If you don't have any lunch money, I am going to give you lunch money. When somebody says to you, you've done so well, because, you know, one of the things that I've seen, sir, many parents don't know how to tell their children, I love you. Many parents don't know how to tell their children, you did well today. Many fathers, sir, a lot of the time don't come to their children's school sports, the PTA meetings. Mr. Speaker, sir, I know, let me tell you, you know Tone, Mr. Speaker, permit me. Tone, who was killed brutally, was a gangster. Everybody in Barbados know that. Tone was my friend, Mr. Speaker, sir. When Tone died, I said, well, you know, I feel bad, but it had to happen because Tone was doing things. You can't expect to live that life and don't expect consequences, Mr. Speaker, sir, but Tone was my friend. I remember when I was at university one evening when I came home, there's a well in Bottom Close that we all used to lime on, sir. I passed on the well, and the man was telling me something about some party, and I should go to this party, and Tom was on the block, and Tom said, you see he, and don't see he, Mr. Speaker, sir. You see, they call me Timmy. You see Timmy, see he, and don't see he. Don't try to get he off this beat, Mr. Speaker, sir. So that I'm saying that to say, at the end of the day, when you let your child come home, and your mother and your father ain't saying, I looking out for he, I love this man, but the gangster saying it to you, you're going to find yourself drawn to that. Luckily for me, I was hearing it at home too. But I'm saying there's a deficit in our households that allows the idea of love from the street to replace the love that ideally should be coming up to us in our households, Mr. Speaker, sir. This thing is real. And I've seen it too close, Mr. Speaker, sir, to come in here and to pretend that I have not lived out enough of this. When we were 12 and we were counting, sir, when we got to 11 of people, friends who got murdered, 12 years old, you know, people we knew, we said we had a football team and we call it today. Since then, Mr. Speaker, sir, I've seen so many people lost to violence, sir, to gangs, sir. So this idea that people are drawn to a gang may not even be true. People are drawn to the idea of somebody who they think may care about them, drawn to the idea of somebody who may be able to support them. And then eventually, sir, before you know it, you caught up. Or you're drawn to the idea that this person got the nicest ride in the community. This person got the most girls in the community. And this person got the most money in the community. That is the biggest lie. Most of the gangsters in Barbados are broke. And a lot of the young people who want that life will find themselves equally broke with a criminal record, Mr. Speaker, sir. I'm telling you, maybe one or two men might got money, but a lot of people who they say chucking badness, Mr. Speaker, sir, and flashing when they get cash, flashing cash and accumulating the cash of all the friends, posting it on social media, Mr. Speaker, sir, they ain't really got no money. And they has begging us to help them with a job, Mr. Speaker, sir. And then I've had people, sir, they came to me for a job. I want the people who feel that they want to join a gang to hear this. Most of the gangsters out here broke. Then when you then decide you want a job, sir, I tell you I can put you on the street, I can give you this. They can't go and work certain places. Mine couldn't go and work in front of the port. They can't go and work certain parts of Christchurch, or in this, they can't go in the north. They can't go in St. Philip. This is one from the St. Michael area at the time, Mr. Speaker, sir. The one from St. Philip can't come down with me neither. But my point is that why restrict yours? This glamorous idea of being a gangster is a lie. And I do not feel that, exactly, I do not feel that we tell the story well enough. So that people believe that they're going to have this glamorous life. It is not a glamorous life. Who wants to have to walk and look over the shoulder every second of every day, Mr. Speaker, sir? And I am saying this because I know the reality is if we don't get this right and get this right in this moment, we're going to lose a lot more good young people to this gang foolishness, Mr. Speaker, sir. And the gangsters have become very good at making it look like this life is sweet. It is not sweet. When we were younger, Mr. Speaker, sir, the names we knew, I won't call them in here, Mr. Speaker, sir, but the names we knew, none of them men in the row now. We heard of men going to other islands on boats to bring in things and never make it back, Mr. Speaker. Many of them never made it back. A lot of the names that we knew, gone in a moment, Mr. Speaker, sir. And this idea that there is some great life ahead of a person who decides to get involved in that life is a nonsense. Sir, let me say very quickly, I know what I learned quickly when I was minister responsible for crime prevention and what this government did. We said, Mr. Speaker, sir, that we cannot take this fight on our own. You know, recently there was a post by a former member of the leader of the Democratic Labour Party. I'm sure he's listening. And in his post, he suggested that somehow the government is doing something wrong by asking for an all-hands-on-deck approach. And the nonsense that he said was that you have to first, the government has to first fix the society before the government can ask the society to help. It is the stupidest thing I have ever heard in my life, whether as a social scientist or as a human being, sir. It is so silly, sir, that I cannot see how it can be part of a meaningful contribution to the conversation around crime and crime prevention. That before the government can ask the society to get involved, the government needs to fix the society first. How does the government fix the society, Mr. Speaker, sir? First. How do I have to fix the society before I go and have a conversation with every component of that society? I was so appalled by it, Mr. Speaker, sir, but that's a conversation for another place and another time. But I am saying that to say that we have also to be very careful about who we ask to lead this country, and that their understanding of what it's going to take us to the next level, sir, may begin with a deficit. And I worry, Mr. Speaker, sir, what will be the future of this country if we allow that kind of thinking to prevail? But as I said, a conversation for another time. What did we do, Mr. Speaker, sir? We went to the social partnership. At the social partnership meeting, Mr. Speaker, sir, we said, and everybody agreed, that this is not a problem for the government alone. No one institution can solve this. We had there, sir, as we have at social partnership, we had the unions, we had the churches, we had the private sector, we had cooperatives, social workers, a large group of people. And during that conversation, Mr. Speaker, sir, everybody agreed that it was everybody's business, that we have a responsibility as a collective to the country. These organizations are very, very different. We don't agree all the time on much, Mr. Speaker, sir, but we came to the same conclusion that at the end of the day, this required a national response, Mr. Speaker, sir. That it required a national response. And we look at some of the programs, I won't go through them, but we look at the programs that the government did. Some that the Honourable Member that spoke before me, the Honourable Member for St. Michael Central, spoke to. They call one family program, the trust loan program. The Honourable Member, the Honourable Attorney General spoke to it, Mr. Speaker, sir. The early identification of risk, sir. We said, Mr. Speaker, sir, that when the pathways to manhood collapse, sir, the gangs can step into the vacuum. That is why, sir, we created a number of programs that were meant to allow young men to become men in this country, Mr. Speaker, sir. That is why we created a number of the programs that we created, sir. What were some of those programs? We had the fatherhood program, sir, the mentoring programs to allow young men to have mentors, sir. We looked at elder guidance, positive pathways into adulthood, Mr. Speaker, sir. Some of the programs that we ran. Okay. Sir, we ran a number of positive programs, Mr. Speaker, sir. And we also had some very key actions. We created apprenticeship programs that allowed people to be able to be working next to somebody who had skills. I was saying to the staff at MTW, there was a time when I was in the Pine, I used to see young children going down to MTW and associating with the men who work there. I don't know if it still happens, but you have to have apprenticeship programs too in our government institutions. Sir, I just very strongly believe that where young people are concerned, we have to find a space that is positive. My view that a gang, sir, is not just a gang, and that if you do not create something to fill the vacuum, nature abhors a vacuum, and that the gang just fill that vacuum. So we have to be able to do more, Mr. Speaker, sir. This idle time, sir, we have to find opportunity. We have to replace hopelessness with purpose, Mr. Speaker. Sir, I believe, sir, essentially, here's the thing. Even in the worst named communities, the ones that are labeled the worst, you are more likely to find 4 good young people than you are to find 1 bad one. The average young person, even in these communities, is not bad, Mr. Speaker, sir. You just get a bad reputation, Mr. Speaker, sir. Most of the adults who live in those communities get up, take a shower, go to work. They're not involved in any crime. Mr. Speaker, sir, this idea that Barbados is lost is also a nonsense, but we have to work. But the average Barbadian, sir, is not a bad person, Mr. Speaker, sir. The average community, sir, they used to call them high risk. I used to like priority communities. Sir, when you walk through a high priority community, sir, you are more likely to find a good person than a bad person, Mr. Speaker, sir. I remember I was in Trinidad years ago. I was driving through Laventille by mistake. I didn't know the place. I only saw it when I got to the wall. It says, "Welcome to Laventille." My heart raced because I heard this reputation. Now I driving. It was Carnival. I driving. I just happened to be in the wrong place at the wrong time. But I am from the Pine. So I said, well, maybe the average person here too is a good person. I didn't know how to get out. I tell you the truth, I tried to get out on my own. I didn't know how to get out. So I had to stop and ask somebody. And then what ensued was a wonderful conversation about not only how to get out, but what were the best parties to go to and that you're missing the night. Sir, most people, even in the worst named communities, are good people, Mr. Speaker, sir. And I believe a lot of the programs that we were offering, so the Honourable former member for the city, permit me to say Corey Lane, sir, had done a number of wonderful programs. We had programs for counseling, for safe spaces, for community support, Mr. Speaker, sir, under the Peace Program. We saw him working, sir, directly in some cases with people who were trying to save their life and change their lives, Mr. Speaker, sir. It got a hard rap. I sat in here beside the Honourable member when I was minister, sir, and I watched how people try to turn it into a political conversation. How do you solve a problem without dealing with the people involved in the problem, sir? But if you call a plumber and you got leaking water, he got to deal with the water. How the plumber gonna fix the pipe? Mr. Speaker, sir, how do you, exactly, Mr. Speaker, sir, if you tell yourself it is sewage, Mr. Speaker, sir, and you bring somebody to deal with it, they have to get in it. Mr. Speaker, how do you address it? I do not believe, sir, that there can be a crime prevention program that makes sense, that is worth the paper it is written on, if it does not also has a component, sir, that address the people who are supposedly involved in this. When we were in Chicago, and Chicago had the CRED program, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Prime Minister at the time had asked me to go and see it. We saw they have what they call credible messengers, because as good as the Honourable member for the city is as a lawyer, and as a member of parliament, as good as any of us in this room may be, we are not credible messengers. Men who are on the block, who are involved in crime, are more likely to listen to somebody who was on the block, who was involved in crime too, and who, because of their own life story, can bring change. We left there, sir, from talking to these men. We went to the University of Chicago. They were the police at the time, the Barbadian police service officers. And they were very uncomfortable, sir, they told me, because these men, man, these youngsters that they're talking about, we call incredible messengers, these are gangsters. So we went to the university. And the professor who was heading up the program told us of the wonderful program that he was running there. And the young person who was assisting him, oh, brilliant, showed us the books they wrote. And the officers, they liked that. At the end of the conversation, the professor told us, and he did 15 years. He was real. The person who was associated with him did 10 years, Mr. Speaker, sir. They were all reformed. I believe that people can be reformed, Mr. Speaker, sir. I genuinely do. And that there are some people, sir, with a second chance can go on to do wonderful things, Mr. Speaker, sir. So that is why our crime prevention program must also have a component of that, this idea of restoration. But I, sir, will conclude as I began. At the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, sir, I believe very strongly that we have to do all in our power to be able to suppress gang activity. There's no debate, no conclusion, because somebody's going to say tomorrow, Minister Humphrey got up in Parliament and Minister Humphrey spoke about all these other things. I support this bill 150%. It is a very good piece of legislation. It is a strong piece of legislation, and it will do what it has to do to help us suppress gang activity, sir. We have said, sir, where we find them, we will pursue them. This bill allows us to do that. Those who try to recruit them, Mr. Speaker, sir, we will go after them too. Who finance them, we're going after them too. People who harbor them, we're going after them too. I support all of that 150%, Mr. Speaker, sir. This bill will suppress the gangs. I have no doubt, sir. It will help us protect our communities. But we also have to have an understanding, Mr. Speaker, sir, that our crime prevention program as a government is not the sum of this one bill. There were a number of other things that we brought, Mr. Speaker, sir. There were a number of social interventions that we brought, Mr. Speaker, sir. There were a number of other pieces for the judiciary and other things, sir, that we brought, sir. It is not only that at all. We cannot surrender a single community to gang activity, none. We cannot surrender a single community to gang activity. But we also, sir, cannot surrender any of our communities and the people who reside there, sir, to the absence of a compassionate, listening administration, sir, that is prepared to work with the families, that is prepared to work with the community groups, that is prepared to work with the communities to be able to help us address this problem, Mr. Speaker, sir. And with those few words, I am obliged.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Thanks. I would like the Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It is good to see you, sir. On the last occasion on which I spoke, I thought you had given way to the member for St. George South permanently, but I see that you are back with us. Sir, I rise to speak in this debate, in this important debate, and I want to commend the Honourable Minister for introducing this bill and to engage in the discussion, which is a necessary discussion for our country as we go forward. Sir, this government maintained from the very beginning that we accept the seriousness of what we face as a nation. We don't hide from it. And because of that, we have engaged ourselves in the possibility, in the necessity of having to modernize how we do business on a number of fronts. The country has done it across other sectors. But for the most part, the criminal justice sector remained as that place where if someone came back from 100 years ago, they would recognize a lot of what is before us. And we've come to understand that the tools that brought us safely thus far cannot be the tools to guarantee safety as we go forward. This bill that is before us is about protecting Barbados and protecting Bajans. It is about protecting our way of life. It is about saying no to something that has intruded into our way of life. It is about putting the guardrails to send the message of what is acceptable behavior and what is not acceptable behavior. And it is about ensuring accountability for those who are prepared to work together in pursuit of a common purpose to spread terror. I want to be very clear, Mr. Speaker. In this 60th year of independence and 5th year as a republic, Barbados must never, and Bajans must never, confuse freedom with the freedom to terrorize other people in their community. Sir, I say it with all of the seriousness in me, because I understand as a lawyer and as a former Attorney General of this nation that our Constitution, like other fundamental rights provisions and other constitutions with fundamental rights provisions, will always guarantee rights to people. But rights are curtailed by obligations, recognizing that that is the only way people can live together without anarchy in a society. Because at some point, your right and my right will conflict. And what we therefore have is a set of rules that make it possible for us to coexist harmoniously. So, regrettably, we have seen in this country a development that may not be as bad as others in the region, but for us, it is bad. And for us, it is enough. And for us, it must be reversed. Sir, we bring, therefore, a bill before this honorable chamber that is fundamentally about not taking out the roots, the weeds, sir, but it is about pulling the roots out. The gang culture has introduced a level of organized crime into this landscape that cannot and must not be tolerated. But this is not a problem for government alone. And I've said so over and over in the last 2 years or so, 2 to 3 years, where the one major difference that has caused terror to spark is the ready and easy access to guns. Guns as a technological weapon with little buffer for people to be able to survive. For decades, there was always crime in the country. We are human, we are not perfect, and there is no civilization that has not faced the spectacle of crime. But it is controllable if you have the ability to recover. But when you start to use automatic weapons that give human beings little chance of survival, and that have the potential to spray bullets such that persons who were not your intended focus are also equally victims, then I say to you, sir, we all as a nation have to pause and get it right. We can determine what comes into our society and what we reject. This is a country that said it didn't want McDonald's. Almost every other country in the world got McDonald's as a food chain. And Beijing said, no, not about here. This is a parliament that when in the in the 8th decade of the 19th century, the British indicated that they wanted to take all Caribbean colonies back to Crown Colony status. The people of Barbados and this parliament in Barbados said, not us. This is a country where when the sugar industry was collapsing in every country in that period, and others brought in the big giants of the day, the Tates, the Lyles, all of those that were reflected in Guyana and Trinidad and elsewhere. The Bajans said no. And we created through the Court of Chancery, and with that, the commitment to create the Barbados Mutual. And we found a way on our own, not following the path of others in this region. This is a country that continues to exhibit a strong sense of its own destiny, wanting to embrace the words of our anthem not just merely as lyrics, but as the essence of who we are as firm craftsmen of our faith. Sir, I wish I had the power in me and the energy in me and the time to go household by household by household by household by household by household by household to reason. Not with the cameras, not for the newspapers, but to talk straight. I have worked as a criminal lawyer in this country. I know what it is to have mothers before you banned in the belly. But when I start to ask questions, I ask them, I understand the pain. But you have to admit that if you had told him that he could not do X or Y, or he couldn't bring the gold chains in the house that you know that he could not have gotten from you or the rest of his family, or if you asked the questions that were uncomfortable, a stitch in time would have saved 9. Mr. Speaker, I can't do it, in spite of my dreams, to move across 110,000 households. So what is the next best thing? I want from this floor of Parliament, in this 60th year of independence, in this 5th year as a republic, to call on every right-thinking Bajan, not the members of Parliament alone, not the titans of industry alone, not the shop stewards and union leaders alone, but in every community. And I'm going to ask the members of Parliament to help coordinate it, but in every community to establish parenting clubs. In every community to create a space for reasoning. Because I accept that while we may not save all, we must save most. And the only way we can do it, sir, is by literally rolling up our sleeves and putting our shoulder to the plow and giving that thing which is ultimately the most precious thing that we own. A 4-letter word. Time. T-I-M-E. We make assumptions, sir, that people in every family know what is right and wrong in terms of raising children. We make assumptions, sir, that families feel, in some instances, so that they, in some instances, families may not recognize what is necessary to give firm love and believe that love is saying yes all of the time. We make assumptions, sir, that people should know that children at 8 and 9 and 10 and 12 and 13 should not be on the street at night, walking about, gambling, playing games. We make assumptions, sir, that everybody knows how to raise children. And when those assumptions are made and coupled with the reality of the changes in our demographic structure, our housing patterns, the removal of the extended family, the removal of the concept of love thy neighbor, share pot, all, call it whatever you want. When you have the individual household being the totality of that child's existence, without the guidance coming from the extended family or the neighbors in the community, we make assumptions that come to haunt us, as we are seeing now. Sir, I just addressed the Barbados Chamber of Commerce 2 hours ago on its 200th, part of its 200th anniversary celebrations. And I said then to the titans of industry, as I've said to the unionists, as I've said to my members, that the most important gift is time. Yeah, money can help, but money can't buy me what time can give us in terms of stability. And we have become a culture that rather than the 1970s and 80s and even 90s, where the number of community groups, sporting groups, cultural groups, dotted all over this nation. I have an uncle that still has recordings up in St. Catharines and can tell you about the communal nature from the late 1960s. He will tell you that much of Red Plastic Bags music comes out of that tradition of what he recorded in the late 1960s in St. Catharines. But yet today in St. Philip, how many community groups do we have? I went to Trent's summer day camp as a child with Keith Simmons. God bless him. There are connections I made there as a child that to this day are still valuable. I am saying to you, sir, that we need the people of this country to give us time to raise our children. I'm not asking the individual parents alone, but if the member for St. James North, the Honourable Minister of Education, is to be successful in starting from September a program where, as part not of the extracurricular alone, but as part of the core curriculum, there is an obligation on every child from first form to sixth form to belong to a uniform club, organization, a sporting club, a service club, a cultural club, ISCF, 4-H, Barbados Landship, because I want to start some as a service club in our schools. I am now the new patron, and I believe that if I accept this responsibility, it cannot be to simply rest on the landship of the past, but to see how the Barbados Landship can be better than all of these service clubs that start in a small town in the USA and come out here and we laud them up like if it is the best. But that which kept our ancestors alive in the 1870s and the 1880s and the 1920s and the 1940s, community by community by community, we use only as an instrument of entertainment, forgetting that they were the ones who spread the popularity of the susu and the meat and turn, building resilience in families and communities. if we are to be successful in rolling that program out at secondary and ultimately in primary, because the earlier we get to them, the better, we need who? Every cadet corps will be limited as a result of the number of persons who can lead it. Every service club needs volunteers, the guides, the Sea Scouts, the Sea Cadets. We are a nation of the ocean. Let this be the opportunity to teach every Bajan how to swim, as we've committed to by 2030 once they're in school. Let us conquer that simple thing. You mean to tell me, in a society that has achieved so much, that has withstood so much, that collectively, from Northumberland and St. Lucie to Marley Vale and St. Philip, from Martins Bay and St. John to Paynes Bay in St. Joseph and in St. James, from Bloomsbury and St. Joseph to Parishland and Christchurch, from the Glebe in St. George to Ellerton in St. Thomas. The heart, as the former representative would say, Cynthia Ford, the heart of the country. You mean to tell me, sir, that we can't do this together? So that the first thing I've come here to say, yes, we're going to deal with the bill. Let everybody else deal with the bill. And the bill is critical because that's what we're here to debate as law. But I use this opportunity to speak to the nation and to speak with people and to urge Bajans with an old-time saying, hard ears you want to hear, own way you're going to feel. Sir, I speak not as a person of 60 years old alone. I speak not as a person who was a criminal lawyer. I speak not as a former Attorney General alone. I speak as a former Minister of Education, Youth and Culture. I speak as a Prime Minister who has determined that people must be at the center of all that we do, and that we will continue the process of lifting people up in this nation. But as much as I want all of that, it comes to naught if those who are our citizens are not prepared to do as their grandparents and great-grandparents and great-great-grandparents, and in some instances parents did, with less, to give of themselves to help those around them. Because we were taught, to whom much is given, much is expected. We were taught, do unto others as you would have them do unto you. The golden rule. And whether we never stayed the full journey of church for life, we were rooted in Sunday school. And whether it is Sunday school or a mosque or a temple, if we do not root our young people with this, sir, we will pay the price. But nobody in government can direct or even legislate that your children should go to Sunday school. We could try to persuade you, but the ultimate decision about who gets up early to take that child to church on a Sunday morning is whose? Is the parent or the godparent or the grandparent? Pick your choice. If one working, get somebody else who ain't working to carry it. But what cannot happen is that you fail to give that child the early groceries. Without the early groceries, where they're going? We understand it in terms of physical. If you play cricket or football or running, If you don't feed the child properly, how they going to perform on the field or the track? But similarly, if you don't feed the soul of the child properly and let them to understand the difference between R-I-G-H-T and W-R-O-N-G. I spell it because not even in the alphabet is it the same, far less in real. It's different. And this brings me to what this bill is about directly. This bill is not, as you've heard from the last speaker and others, about stigmatizing communities. Cannot be. Everybody comes from these same communities that we're talking about. The last speaker, my senior minister for infrastructure, come from the Pine. The gentleman who introduced this bill come from Marleyville. Today we had a shooting in the Pine. We've had shootings in Marleyville in the last few months, and Bayfield, sorry, close enough to each other. But you dominate both. Remember my Minister of Tourism, Spooners Hill. And I want to talk seriously in here today, because those who want to perpetuate stigmatization, whether it is from schools, you know my position on 11+, but I accept the country's own. It is the stigma and the belief that people are better than others without recognizing that that is what the Europeans did to us as colonizers. And on the 400th anniversary of landing in this country next year, of settlement, sorry, we're going to come and cause C.L.R. James's comments in his article on West Indian middle class to become the truth that we just want to mimic those who went before and those who lorded over. I watched men at the Bridgetown port yesterday have to move a 40-foot container in the new crane, with the new crane. How many people could go and do that? And to literally lift the crane to fall into lock. That is a rare level of expertise. But I could almost bet you that he didn't go to Harrison College. I watch nurses in this country take care of people, giving them back that hope and that ability. Dignity, thank you. Recognizing that, as I say all the time, you can have every problem in the world until you have a health problem, and then you got one. And those nurses, how many of them went to school at Queen's College? I watch, sir, police protect us in this country. We're here to talk about crime. Police protect us. Mr. Speaker, how many of them went to Cormier? And I want us to remember that while I don't have a problem with people celebrating the school tie, let us understand what we are saying to those who are not of that school tie. And these are the conversations that I'm saying I wish I could go house by house by house by house. I wish the Lord gives me the strength to do it, even if not in this job. Because I understand what is at risk. It cannot be that our people, majority of whom come out of poverty, take control of this country, and now we don't know how to keep out the bad, how to raise up the good and to protect it, how to stop them from being vulnerable. And that is why in this bill, the previous leader of the opposition spoke about this bill like a parrot without thought. And we said we're going to go through the proper process. I don't give word on behalf of this government and walk away from it. And that process meant that the advisory committee that we created that we tried for everybody to serve on, and I still leave it open for the opposition, Democratic Labour Party, even though they're not in Parliament in here, to be a part of that committee. Because like in saving the dollar, like in protecting us from COVID, and I want to salute Verla de Pisa for having the courage to recognize that we needed to act as one in this nation when we fought COVID. I want to suggest that this is not anybody who feels that this is anything to do with partisan politics, then you don't understand what the country is facing. And I say to you, sir, as I said to the private sector just now, as I've said to the unions, this is a whole of nation effort. I say all the time, guns don't walk, guns don't talk. Why? Because if we can get our young people's heads focused in the right way, if we can deal with the mental health issues that I understand that some of them are facing, and the notion of cyberbullying, none of us had to deal with cyberbullying when we were growing up. None of us had to have somebody take a picture of us that's not flattering and send it and taunt you. I just saw the president of the Amateur Athletic Association, former Minister of Tourism, and he said he is horrified at the kind of cyberbullying that some of his athletes have to face. If you don't make the Crifter team, somebody send you something, I laugh at you and say, you didn't make the team. Now, big men and women I know can't deal with that, far less teenagers that are not fully formed yet. This is what we are confronting. And I say to you that whether it is mental health issues or whether it is the other problem, I'm sorry that the member for Christchurch West Central is not here today, because he could give us a treatise on polydrug usage. And it is the polydrug usage. And that is why I said on this floor before that we have a responsibility to all teenagers. You want to play football, how you can play extra time if you're smoking herb and drinking brandy or rum? Your lungs ain't going to be able to carry you. I say it all the time. You think Usain Bolt was allowed to do any of that? If he did, he would not be the fastest man on earth. You should not have to fear a drug test to worship your body as a temple. And even if you want to participate in recreational activity, because let's be real, people participate in recreational drinking. People participate, regrettably, in other activities. But the Bible tells us that there's a time and a place. And there really, yes, in Ecclesiastes, and there really also is a stage. When I grew up in this country, my parents and grandparents would not let me drink coffee. They used to tell coffee is for adults. Not true? You had to drink Ovaltine or Milo. I used to like Milo, and I don't like Ovaltine to this day. Don't like Horlicks at all. You know, I could take Milo raw. You know, I take the spoon and eat the Milo raw as a child. But that was a reality. You couldn't watch TV. During the week, I keep telling the story from Sunday night, 7 o'clock, to Friday afternoon, 4 o'clock. You could not watch television in my house, not even when I was in sixth form. You walking about proud and big up at 6 and you still can't watch it home. Did I feel that my father or mother loved me any less because of it? Absolutely not. And it is the guardrails that we put down that are going to make the difference in communities and in households. So, this bill therefore seeks to act with precision and not with a scattershot approach. This bill recognizes that the intrusion of gang activity, even if still very loose, not in the classic sense of what you know the Crips and the other gangs in the States to be, or the ones in the United Kingdom that mastered the art of the knife, ours is still relatively loose. From the evidence of the police and law enforcement, the problem is not large, but it is large enough to act. Our success will be determined not by the passage of a piece of legislation, even though the passage of the legislation is utterly and absolutely critical. Our success will be determined by the manner in which Bajans, household by household by household by household by household, do what Auntie Olga told us to do. Hold hands in this area and show that we love Barbados. If we see a grandchild, a nephew, a niece, a son, a daughter going down this road, if you cannot deal with them, then you have a responsibility to call a hotline. We have a mental health hotline. I want to urge the member for the city of Bridgetown to establish a hotline to help parents manage difficult children. Ideally, when we get the parenting clubs up and running in communities, then the hotline is no longer needed, and you go to the person in the community who says, I am prepared to be part of one of the elders of this community and to stabilize this community. And I want this country to be one of the first in the world that says that we can turn back the issue of gun crime, not through legislation alone, not through direct edicts alone from on high, but because the people of the nation understand the horror and the terror. And on 166 square miles, we cannot tolerate it. I want to talk to those people who have conspired to work in a corrupt manner to allow people to bring guns and drugs in this country, and to say to you what I said to the cabinet yesterday, that we may have to recognize that we have to speak over and over to people about the sense of urgency and the need for accountability on a range of factors. We have seen unauthorized construction go up in this country, and in spite of even me as Prime Minister, if you don't stay on top of things and ask people to report an account, we start and we give up. We don't stay the course. In terms of accountability, you can't issue enforcement notices in 2019 and then in 2026, nothing has happened. You can't allow people in law enforcement institutions not to enforce the law. And I say that if you want to fight crime, you have to fight first to build the peace and to maintain order. And therefore the small things matter. You cannot block up a road so that it becomes a public risk for people's lives. It would be no different from what happened to those, tragically, to those 6 young girls that died in the fire on Baxter's Road and had nowhere to run because there was no clear passage out. This government understands the importance of allowing people to make a livelihood, but you cannot make a livelihood at the expense of the liberty or life of others in your community. Sir, we must go after, not the police, all of us, the notion that a gang is acceptable behavior, that aspiring to be a shooter, what happens to you eventually? Somebody gonna get you, is the police or the next bullet. And we are seeing it unfold before our eyes. And yes, as I say, we are nowhere near in scale what other countries in the region are facing. But this is not Barbados, and must not be allowed to become Barbados. The Barbados that I know is doing exactly this. We pass laws with safeguards, and the safeguards ensure that there is clarity as to how long the persons can be kept. Who then has to intervene? The Commissioner of Police after 72 hours, the judge, and even then, unless there's an unusual situation, no more than 7 days. It protects children. It protects communities from being stigmatized. But it says that if you enable somebody in a gang, if you hiding the gun, if you are lending the gang your house from which to plan crime, your phone, your money, your car, then take warning, you are an accomplice. If you are harboring and hiding people from law enforcement, then you are as much a part of the problem as the person pulling the trigger. If you believe that it is okay to watch and say nothing, then at some point, karma has a way of you becoming the victim, directly or indirectly. And Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to be very clear. This bill is not purely punitive. It is intended to be preventative. It is intended to say to those 10, 12, 14, 16, 17-year-olds out there, don't let nobody come telling you to hold up no gang sign with your fingers. And the parents in Barbados must be educated as to what those gang signs are. Do not let yourself get into being enamored in the notion that you want to be a shooter. You feel this is John Wayne or one of them pictures on TV, science fiction. I can't talk about John Wayne because that's the older generation than even mine. You feel you is Van Wyck. If people really are enamored with guns, go and join the armies. The Barbados Defense Force, and if you don't feel that you got enough action about here, I'm sure we can facilitate your participating elsewhere in an army. But you cannot have that obsession in this country and believe that it is okay to walk about and settle the slightest of arguments. Oh, you step on my woman's foot. Oh, you take my gold chain. Oh, you disrespect me in front of my men. Mr. Speaker, you represent people, you know exactly what you're talking about. This is our reality. And now to add to this, Instagram wars, TikTok wars. Sir, no, not in Barbados. Nobody don't become a gang member because of their dress. Nobody don't become a gang member because of how they look, how tall they are, how short they are. None of them things. People become gang members because they get themselves involved in foolishness and criminal activity. And some regrettably get there by reason of substance abuse, and especially the poly-drug abuse, the mollies. And part of the difficulty that we have now, sir, is that if as before you had only to deal with cocaine or marijuana or heroin, it is hard to find, but still possible to find when people smuggle because of the volume. But when you start using fentanyl and mollies, the capacity to be able to deter the smuggling of those drugs is much more limited because normal people walk with pharmaceuticals, blood pressure medication, diabetes medication, headache medication. And that is why the problem is not unique to this country. In fact, Barbados would have to be extraordinarily relocated to a different part of the world or a different planet for us not to suffer what the rest of the hemisphere is suffering, and particularly because of some countries' attitudes to who should be allowed as a matter of right to hold guns. Problem is that when they say so, there are not sufficient other precautions to limit the movement of those guns across borders. And that is the price we are facing here in the Caribbean. But I say that if you can't beat the technology, if it is harder to find how to contain the smuggling of the drugs and the guns, you break up the gun and you put it back together, or you print it, the ghost guns. If you can't do those things 100%, which we will never be able to do because of how easy it is now to move around, then it means let us get into the minds of our people. Because none of us in here, I believe, will allow ourselves to be used as an instrument of a gang or a member of a gang, because we know better. So how do we get the majority of Barbadians, if not all, to know better, sir? If we control, I told the private sector the same thing today, for us to move to the next level of productivity and competitiveness in this country, for us to move from the comfort level of 2.5% growth to 3 to 5%, it is a mental change. And it is that mental change of seeing one another, working with one another, supporting each other, raising our children collectively as a nation, that is required so that there is no feedstock for the gangs. You cannot make sugar without sugar cane in Barbados. You need feedstock. You cannot make gangs without youngsters and older people willing to become members of gangs. And therefore, as we have an aggressive law enforcement posture, with the benefit of this legislation, we must also ensure that we have an aggressive public education, mentorship, and support framework that can cause others, the few who are causing the problems, to be like the majority who understand by far that their business cannot be thieving from one another, robbing from one another, raping from people, marauding, and indeed shooting and killing. We're not trying to tackle friendship, because friendship exists in a sporting group. Friendship exists in a community group. Friendship exists in a church. Friendship exists in a temple. Friendship exists in a cultural group. Friendship exists in a dance group. What we are trying to attack is collective participation in an enterprise that is criminal, that is intended to make persons engage in criminal activity, as Section 3, Clause 3 of the bill says. And sir, you may ask, why is the bill so severe? The law is severe because the harm to Barbados is severe. We will kill the goose that laid the golden egg. And when it happens and people stop coming, what happened to that visitor? It's a travesty. A travesty. And if it happened to a Bajan, it would be equally a travesty. But the point is that there is a consequence to it being to visitors. Because people will say, but I want to sort out when the problems aren't coming there against somebody else. Simple as that. Done with that. And what happens then to the waiters and the waitresses, to the housekeepers, to the beachmen that run in jet skis and other vessels, to the taxi men, What happens to them? As we learned during COVID, to the farmer. Because Barbados' population is so small that we need the visitors to amplify the demand so that the farmer has enough to sell so that he can support his family. What happens, sir, to the women doing nails and pedicure, to the ones doing hair, to the vendors in Oistins, to the same vendors at Savvy? What happens to them if when people walk going out, they're being robbed or stabbed, bullied or raped, shot, left maimed or dead? What happens? Sir, this is a wake-up call. And others have said before me, this is only but one tool in the arsenal. The previous Attorney General started the ball rolling by bringing a number of pieces of legislation. We modernized the Bail Act twice. But as I said, legislation without other things. The police service is being modernized as we speak. And I want to thank the British government for allowing retired members of their service to work with us in that effort. The Customs Department, the Police Service, the Immigration Department, and the Barbados Defense Force must remain on the front line of protecting us. But they cannot do it on their own. I'm satisfied that if we, as a nation, sir, can act together, we can deal with it. But in the interim, a person convicted of this behavior must face stiff sentences and must not be enamored simply by the picture of themselves on the newspaper, even if in handcuffs. And must come to recognize, don't mind all the fancy talk, you know. I have never met a criminal except two. One was well known to the member for the city, because he's now, in fact, both are now dead. Those were the only two alive, three. There was another one, the first one, Buddy Braffett. Roger Hunt, Saucy, and Alfred Harden. Other than those three, every criminal that I have ever interacted with displayed utter weakness when alone with me, emotion when alone with me. I can tell you about some who were curled up on the ground like a fetus crying like a baby, and the next thing they're all about this guy. I did about 30 years ago, this is now. Harassing people in this country. So those who believe that there is an attraction to crime need to understand that don't mind the bravado. The other thing that sticks with me, and the member for St. Michael Southeast may remember it because I was with her in Dover at the time when somebody said to me, you imagine that somebody come to me and tell me that I shoot a man and he playing that he dead? He said, I asked him, did you shoot him? The person said yes. Did you shoot him with a gun with bullets? The person said yes. So why would you be surprised that the possibility is that he's dead? And then it hit me that these people are accustomed playing games all day, dying 25 times in the morning, buy some extra lives or watch videos to get the extra lives, go and drink some lemonade and eat a ham cutter or a cheese cutter, and back in there playing again, and by the end of the day, they're dead 37 times. And that doing this day after day after day after day, like they got them feel that them bullets is the kind of bullets that you're using out here on the street. So that after you get shot, you can get up and walk again. We need a wake-up call. But it's not going to happen from inside this parliament alone. What we are doing is essential, but what we are doing is not sufficient. And the success of this nation will be if the majority buy into this and start to live it. And as I say to you, it cannot be that we leave our children to be locked in to a group of people who now take control of them, and who, as this legislation recognizes, will put everything in their way to prevent them from leaving, even when they realize they make a wrong step and they really want to get out. And that's what we are trying to fight against here. And I say to you that many young persons will realize that they can get in easy, and then discover that leaving ain't so easy. Leaving is in fact dangerous. That you're going to face fear, that you're going to have threats, that you're going to face shame, that money gone, that retaliation is part of the order of the day, that pressure will be put on you to keep you trapped. So that this legislation hopefully will give us an exit strategy. And that's why I say that the member for the city needs to create a hotline as well for those parents who, or those grandparents who know that they genuinely need help. And now that we have put a framework in place, also put in $5 million, as we promised in the election, to faith-based organizations, and the member for St. Peter announced it yesterday, with clear rules, every year, $5 million, because we know that the churches, the temples, the faith-based organizations have to be part of those who help to raise the children when they're not necessarily being raised by their parents, when children are having children and don't know how to handle it. Mr. Speaker, sir, compassion without protection leaves the vulnerable exposed, and protection without opportunity leaves the space empty. I want also to say that no citizen should have to choose between telling the truth and protecting their family. And that's really at the core of a lot of what we face. But I want to remind us of some hard truths. If we have a problem with diabetes and we don't address the toe, we may lose the foot. And if we don't address the foot, we may lose the leg. And if we don't address the leg, we will die from sepsis, blood poisoning. It is no different with our children. There sometimes is that one person in the family who will not listen. And sometimes you need tough love to be able to get that person to be able to be dealt with. Why? Because the grandmother deserved to be able to sit on the step if she wants to sit on the step. She deserved to be out there getting a little breeze if she wants to get breeze. The shopkeeper must be able to ply their trade without fearing that if I got a karaoke here, somebody gonna come and spray away bullets, and therefore people ain't coming and I ain't earning money no more. These are the things that we are fighting for in here. And Mr. Speaker, we must work to ensure that the code of silence that is built on fear is addressed by us, and that the law must make it expensive and impossible for the gang to be able to survive, sir. I hope, sir, that we understand the importance of acting while the state still has an upper hand. Mr. Speaker, and I say that the state having an upper hand, and I want to be very, very clear. The one thing we will not tolerate is any attack on the state, the law enforcement arm of the state, the monopoly of the state on the exercise and use of violence, the paraphernalia of those who are responsible for protecting us as a people, If you pick up police paraphernalia or defense force paraphernalia, if you thought you had a problem before, your problem is now 3 times worse, because the state will not surrender, will not retreat. Because that is what protects us. If we can break the gang structure, I am satisfied that where we have stabilized this economy and where we have allowed it to grow, we can give opportunity to almost every Bajan. The truth is, sir, we do not have enough people to do everything that we need to do, not in construction, not in the services sector, the hotel sector. Barbados is facing growing pains, and the growing pains means that we have a serious shortage of skills. This is a government that has made sure that not only do you have free education, but you now have the National Transformation Initiative, NTI, giving you over 15,000 courses for free. Tell me how many other countries in the world does that? So that we therefore are committed that we're not going to surrender one child. We're not going to surrender one community. We're not going to surrender one witness. We're not going to surrender one police officer or one prosecutor or anyone else. We're not going to surrender a square inch of this country to an insidious culture that has no place in our jurisdiction. And for those who say that this is a serious bill, yes, it is. It is a serious bill because we are dealing with a serious issue where the harm is disproportionate, and while it is not now existential, has the potential to become existential and to threaten the very viability of this state. Sir, this morning we had another murder. This country will not surrender. Sir, I want to commend those who understood when we launched the Prime Minister's Challenge Football, Prime Minister's Cup. And we said the prizes and everything will go on and the thing will happen. There's only one condition, that it will stop. No violence. Sir, we have seen thousands of people gather on pastures at night in this country between August and November. Vendors being able to get money to carry home to their families. People getting a mental relaxation from being able to be outside and making a joke and watching the football and the skills of the men. So we show we can do it. I say to you, sir, that I pray that as we pass this legislation to strengthen the hands of law enforcement, that the greater message that goes forth is to the rest of the community to understand that this is not a country that has been built by gangs, but it can be a country that can be destroyed by gangs. And those of us who have nowhere else to go, whose navel string bury here, have now to step up to the plate, and as I said earlier, to join hands together, in the words of Auntie Olga, and show that we love Barbados, not by words, but by giving of our time and raising our children and protecting our elderly and finding it possible for those who carry the weight to become respected, not because they are infamous, but because they have added value to building their lives, their community, and their country. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged to you.
Honourable for Christchurch, East Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to participate briefly in this debate, but I think this is perhaps, of all the debates that we've had in this Parliament, sir, for the last 8 years, I think this is perhaps the most fundamental debate in the history of this country. And I reflect, sir, on February 18th, sir, 2020. I was at LASC, sir, in one of the intercessional meetings of CARICOM. And the Honourable Prime Minister, I remember during the break, the former Minister of Finance from Jamaica, we were having a conversation then, sir, about what was happening in Jamaica. And I recall, sir, the Minister of Finance then telling me, or making a statement, that the government of Jamaica does not have the monopoly of force over the whole of Jamaica, sir. And for the first time I can recollect, sir, I felt the hair at the back of my neck stand up. Because that statement in of itself spoke to the fact that there were places that the government acknowledged in Jamaica that they could not go either as law enforcement or the collective will of the people to be able to enforce order. And the ensuing discussion from there spoke about what they were doing in terms of interventions in relation to what's happening in what was happening then, as you would recall, sir. And I know that Barbadians will not ever want to witness anything like what we observe in Jamaica, where not just law enforcement, but where ordinary people, sir, cannot exert the moral will, the moral force to ensure that we keep order in our society. Now, sir, this bill is effectively about deterring criminality at its core. And to the extent that we have, over the course of the last 8 years, been implementing the Barbados Economic Recovery and Transformation Program, sir, this government, we have introduced a range of programs designed specifically to ensure that we can provide alternatives for young people in this country, which these last 8 years, as you know, sir, have been very, very, very tough years, not necessarily for anything that we have done, but just the circumstances within which we were operating. But in spite of all of that, sir, this government has introduced and ensured that we were able to divert as many of the young people who, as you recall, sir, were unattached, and therefore the Barbados Youth Advance Score was created to be able to provide avenues with respect to that. The implementation of the trust loan program, again, sir, recognizing that people wanted an opportunity to participate in the economy, sir, and therefore the trust loan program was designed to be able to provide microloans for young people and young entrepreneurs, sir, to be able to see a different way. Of course, COVID made things a little tougher than we would have liked, but those opportunities and others, the feed program, which the honourable member for St. Philip South introduced, because young people said that they wanted to participate and get involved in agriculture, sir, these things were done. I know the honourable member for St. John and his team, when youth was under his portfolio and others, introduced a range of programming, sir, to be able to capture the imagination, if you like, of young people in this country. And therefore, the government, in spite of the challenges that we've been facing to deliver better services generally across the population, the government has made it its best effort to be able to provide opportunities for Barbadians. And so this bill here today, sir, in spite of the fact that we have done reasonably well on the economic side, sir, speaks to the fact that as well as we've been able to do, sir, to turn around the fortune of this Barbados economy, at its core, sir, Barbados is too small, sir, because there's no way to run and hide in the hills anyway, sir. Barbados is too small for us to surrender. Us the responsible people of this country to surrender any part of Barbados, sir, to anybody. And whilst we accept that the certainly morals have changed, sir, because I was telling somebody the other day, sir, I do not remember a time when no teacher taught me how to read, sir, because my grandmother, having left school at 14, sir, ensured that by the time I got to Wednesday Hall, sir, that I could read. And I had to report to my grandmother, sir, everything that was happening in the newspaper, all through primary school, sir, as part of my education. And therefore, I accept, sir, that we may not have enough support today, given the family structures that exist. But that still, sir, is not an excuse. It's really not an excuse. And therefore, Barbadians must take the responsibility for what is happening in their homes, because you and I both know, sir, that when we were at school, we could not bring home a pencil or rubber, sir, that then belonged to us. And whilst that may seem like a basic set of discipline, sir, it is that type of attention to detail, because once things start to slip, sir, and it slips in one house, it slips in every house in the community, sir, it slips in every other community across the country, sir, then we end up in a situation now where it is difficult to administer, because the slippage, sir, has now accumulated to such degree that it is difficult for any single institution, sir, to respond. And therefore, I go back to this idea, sir, of the monopoly of force, because in my view, sir, the monopoly of force is not law enforcement. The monopoly of force, sir, as you know, if you went and give trouble somewhere, sir, before you get home, you can be disciplined before you get home, sir, and then you can be disciplined again, sir, when you get home. So the monopoly of force, in my view, sir, are those people of goodwill who were looking out for your best interests, being able to exercise that, sir, before it gets to a stage where you need law enforcement. So if in our communities and in our homes, sir, people are not prepared to say, in this space, this is the order that we will entertain. Because, as you know, sir, what you see in your home is what you take out into the world. And therefore, if we are not being able to give positive messages, with parents, starts with parents, sir, ensuring that their children, as they're growing up, sir, are seeing the things that we want them to see, so that when they get to school, sir, they see the things and carry those messages in school, so that we are not absolving anybody at all, sir, of the responsibility with respect to being able to remedy this problem. And therefore, this bill, in my view, yes, it deals with the law enforcement side and what will happen if you go there. But I'm saying to Barbadians, sir, that we have an opportunity here to pull this thing back and pull up the handbrake in a serious way, sir, because what we saw and witnessed, as you know, sir, in Tivoli Gardens in Jamaica, could never be entertained in Barbados. And whilst there may be some people who believe that it could not happen, especially in an environment now where the nature of which people are coordinating activities across the region, we must understand, sir, that this is a threat that we must take seriously. And therefore, members of Parliament, the churches, sir, the schools, the community leaders, the people, the good people in our community, sir, have to come together and literally take control of what is happening in our communities. And therefore, any enterprise, sir, that is rooted in criminality, in of itself, sir, in a state like Barbados, has the ability to unravel everything that we have done, sir, over the last 8 years, just like that. And therefore, I don't see this as an economic issue being separate from the social issues. because our response as government has been to recognize where there were gaps and try to close those gaps so that people can exercise, sir, better options with respect to their future. And therefore, this most fundamental thing, and I was preparing for this, sir, I always remember, and if you permit me, sir, the former Minister of Finance from Jamaica, that statement about not being able to exercise the monopoly of force over the whole of Jamaica. That, sir, is an admission that everything that you have done, sir, certainly has failed. And therefore, I do not want to accept that we in Barbados have failed, because I know, sir, what this government has tried to do to make sure that we address these issues that people say they needed addressed. And therefore, as government, we will continue and we will intensify our efforts, sir, to address not just resources to do more programming, but people must want to see the change, sir. And if they want to see the change, then it means, sir, as you know, you and I both know, when you see somebody going wrong, you got to go and take them up and take them somewhere and make sure, well, not take them up, kidnap in that type of way, but you and I both know, sir, that sometimes you just got to tell a youngster, you come here and do this at X time. And I give me there, and I remember, sir, before I got involved in politics, me and some friends of mine, every Saturday afternoon, sir, we used to be at Calmere between 2 and 5, playing music with children from every single secondary school and some from primary school, sir, because we felt it was important that that is what we could do. And therefore, we did that. And therefore, whatever it is that Barbadians can do, sir, to make sure that they devote time to give people an opportunity to know that somebody, sir, will look out for their interests. But they must be prepared, sir, to take the time. Not to be lectured, sir, not to be lectured, but to show the level of interest, to invest in yourself personally, sir, to see that self-development taking place. And I think, sir, that if more Barbadians do this type of work, then I am certain, sir, I am certain that we will be able to pull what we are seeing happening now back. But this is what we are faced with now. And therefore, as it relates to people in our primary schools, sir, you and I both know, sir, that when we got to school, the idea that this geography and not liking people from other parts of the country never made sense, sir. Because, sir, I mean, I'm a bank hall man, sir. And when I went to Calmere, there were people from all over Barbados. But the idea that because a man was from the Ivy and I'm from bank hall, sir, and I shouldn't like the member from St. Michael East because he's from the Ivy or I'm from bank hall, that does not make sense, sir. I might dislike you for other reasons, but not because not because he's from the Ivy. And therefore, sir, we must dismantle that idea that seems to have crept in now where I know the legislation speaks to how we address to minors. And therefore, as I'm saying, sir, we must break that down, because if our children are being taught in our neighborhoods that people from other areas in the country, we are not to like them, then when you get school, sir, you can got problems in school, because that is what we are learning in our neighborhoods. And therefore, we must break this thing, sir, right at the core, because all of us in here come from different parts of the country. And therefore, if this thing is to be successful, then we must dismantle this thing right at the heart. And therefore, whatever it takes, sir, and this is not a government issue, there's not a finance issue, there's nothing, sir. Whatever it takes for us to break that down. Because Barbados, I repeat, sir, there ain't no place in Barbados that any of us, sir, could go run and hide, and somebody can see that you passed by that thing, or the next guy, at some point, sir, you got to come out. You got to come out. There's no place to hide. And therefore, Barbados has always been known to be that place that is stable. And that stability means that you and I, sir, could go to any part of Barbados, eat some sauce, drink a little something, sir, If you don't like South, sir, eat a little ital, whatever it is, and be comfortable to know that people can come and go without having to fear. But that comes from the fact, sir, that the shopkeeper, who in the community is a leader, the shopkeeper. All of us know shopkeepers who have influence over people. And therefore, whether it's the shopkeeper, sir, or the barber, or the hairdresser, these are the people that we now need to co-opt, sir, as part of the effort to help change what is happening in our communities, to help change what is happening in our country, sir. Because this is not an academic exercise. This is real people, sir, real people's lives, real people's livelihoods being impacted by tolerance of ceding power to what effectively is innately criminal. And whilst it may come across as, well, you might get a little help to pay a bill here, sir, or something here in the exchange for whatever is to happen in the space, that slowly, sir, erodes what is I describe, sir, as the total monopoly of power, because if the citizens within a specific area don't feel comfortable expressing their will and their right to be able to communicate or invite anybody from any part of Barbados, sir, at them, or I come at you, sir, then it means that we have given up that ultimate monopoly of power where you and I, these average citizens, sir, not depending on the police, nor the defense force or anybody, but you and I as citizens, sir, exercising our own monopoly of power by being able to go any part of Barbados and visit friends and family, or anybody else for that matter, because that is what we all subscribe to. And therefore, this bill, sir, I support. Just like cancer or any such debilitating disease, sir, these are things you must surgically remove, because the spread across the whole body, sir, impacts, in this case, sir, the state. And the state, sir, just for the avoidance of doubt, is not the government. The state is not businesses. The state is me and you, sir. Both of us, all of us collectively, being able to go about whatever our interests are, we should be able to go about those interests without having to fear anybody, sir, disrupting that, because there's order within the context of the society. And so I support this bill because I have worked really hard, sir, to support the request of every single member in here to be able to do interventions, not just as MPs, but in their ministries, to help young people see a different way forward in this country. And therefore, the government will continue to give those resources, but it is within the communities, within the households, sir, that I believe average citizens must now take the responsibility, sir, for, first of all, what's happening in your house. So if there are things that say, how I can bring home a pencil or rubber, sir, everybody should go and ask, look in the same school bags that I got, sir, and find out what you got in there. Because if you don't start with the basics, sir, and then start to claim ground in every house, in every community, sir, then we're going to end up in a situation where the things that we turn the blind eye to will then be controlling us, rather than we, the adults, sir, having the ability to cumulatively exercise, sir, that monopoly of force over this country, which then is supported by any law enforcement efforts that may be undertaken. And so Barbados' stability is driven, I think, fundamentally by this effort, sir. And therefore, any effort that anybody, any idea that anybody has in relation to how this can be addressed, I know that the government will be prepared to entertain, but it takes will on the part of average Barbadians, sir. Tonight, I know it's Friday night, and people want to wind down for the weekend, but it is at this very time, sir, when people want to wind down, because we get busy and we be a little tired after a long week. This is actually time now to start checking, because when you start to see the benefits, it is only because, sir, you've taken the time, the extra time, to be able to start addressing these matters. And therefore the call is for every Bajan, sir, to understand the government is doing its part. We will continue to do our part, but how we arrest this problem, is up to each and every one of us. And I support the member for the city and those who have spoken in this bill and those who will carry out the work on behalf of the people of Barbados, because this is not a 3-month, this is not a 6-month, this is not a 1-year project or any such thing, sir. This is something that we have to turn around over the course of a generation, and the effort, we cannot spare any effort to be able to address this issue. And so, sir, with those few words, I'm obliged to you. Thank you very much.
Honourable member for St. James South.
I thank you, sir, and I'm glad to have the opportunity to rise to speak. I'm sure that you can hear from the voices of my colleagues that we feel extremely passionate about this, because Barbados is our home. Barbados is our country. It's where we live. It is where we have buried loyalty to our existence. And therefore, every one of us, not only in this chamber, but outside of this chamber, must be prepared to rise up and begin to do what we need to do in order to bring to a halt this image, this behavior of gangs in our country and the violence that we are seeing. The fact that we have gotten to the stage where we need to bring this legislation is indicative of the fact that we recognize that with our small size, the level of activity will gradually reach a stage where it becomes untenable to be a citizen in this country. It will be untenable for families and communities to operate and do their daily business in peace and in security. It will affect national prosperity, and therefore it is going to have a negative effect for everyone. This is why this is everybody's business. And one of the things, too, I recognize the need for the anti-gang legislation is here because we are now seeing a level of boldness, arrogance, and impunity in the way people are operating in the space, with a total indifference for the lives of people and even for their own lives. And therefore, the containment of this is going to be absolutely essential, because if we do not deal with this, we will find a situation where, as the speaker who spoke before me, you're going to find communities intimidated, where if somebody is outside picking your mangoes and you look outside and say, hey, what are you doing in my mangoes? Somebody's going to look back at you and say, you better go inside before something happens to you. Just the general fear that would be in the community would make that citizen decide to retreat rather than defend their situation of their mango tree. And that is one of the reasons why it is absolutely important. After you get that, the problem with cancer is that it spreads. And after you get that intimidation in the communities, you're going to find yourself with intimidation of your police officers, your judiciary, your business community, your customs officers, your immigration officers. All of these things will gradually become undermined because the perpetrators and the actors will become bolder and bolder and bolder in this space. And this is the danger that we have to move against, and this anti-gang legislation will help us to do that. So the aim of this piece of legislation really is to help us to stymie, to cut, to retard, to destroy the apparatus that generates that continuous fuel that keeps drawing more and more of our young people into a life of crime, into a life of violence. And if we are able to destroy that apparatus, it's going to make a difference. And that is why I was pleased to see in the legislation at Section 5, between 1 to 7, that it seeks to address the leadership, the people who head up the gangs, recognizing that they represent a serious threat to our society. And it seeks to address the issue of membership within a gang. Then you have those who seek to instruct and guide and facilitate and encourage people in their gang activity. And why this is disheartening, what it represents is that you have had a break and a divide in the common values that Barbadians shared. When we were growing up, there was a common value system that was all around us. Whether you were playing football or cricket, if you were going into church, if you went to school, if you went downtown, there was a common set of values, a common set of behaviors that would be upheld at every single turn. But when you have this divide where there's one part of the society that is holding to positive values and there is another that is deliberately, conscientiously, step by step going after the undermining of the values of the next generation of this country, those people's intent is the destruction of Barbados as we know it. And that is why it must stop. And that is why the issue of recruiting is so important. So I was pleased to see in this legislation, Section 6 and 7, that it sought to address the problem of recruitment, of enabling and supporting. And sir, let me tell you why the recruiting and the tools of enforcement are so problematic. When you look at Section 9 and Section 15, using the threat of retaliation, using the force of threat to prevent people from leaving a gang, I'll tell you why this appeals to me particularly. I met a young man. He got himself involved with a gang, and he was sent on remand. And he was going to be able to come out only if the monies could be found to pay, so he could come out, because he has a beautiful little girl, lovely little girl. And Mr. Speaker, his mother and I worked assiduously to find resources to assist in helping him to pay the money to the court so that he could come out, so that his child could be restored to her father. And I admired his courage and bravery. You know why? Because he could have gone to the person who encouraged him in the gang to get the money. He could have gone to the person who instructed him to carry out the act. But he was determined not to go back into that life. And so he stuck it out. He pushed and he pressed and he held the pressure when it was challenging for us to come up with that money. He held the pressure. And he was able to come out. He was able to get a job. And he saw this as a way in which he was going to be able to gradually move his life away from there. But you know what happened, Mr. Speaker? The issue of intimidation, the issue of preventing you from leaving, the ante was upped on him, and he was forced to re-engage. When you think of the stress that he is enduring, when you think of the fear he lived with, and how he unwillingly had to shift his position. Sir, when I think of people under those circumstances, it is unfair. And therefore, for the persons who do this type of work, preventing, intimidating, I am glad to see that there's legislation here that seeks to bring a halt to this. And sir, the other thing that disturbs me greatly, I listened as the police service, their service, which is headed by Mrs. Willoughby, they shared some of the information about what was happening in terms of crime. And I remember one of the things that was outlined is that this is predominantly happening among young people. And reports demonstrate that between the ages of 12 and 35 is where the recruitment, where the grooming is happening. And so very early, someone is prepared to interrupt the development and the lives of young people, especially young males, to put them on a path that will endanger them. Now, sir, there is an even more serious side to this fact, because it means they're starting while these children are in school. Now, think about it. Once you start that thinking and behavior during your school age years, you're going to bring that into the school, into your interactions with the other pupils around you. And these young people who are being recruited can then make the school life untenable, not only for other school children, but for teachers. It reaches a stage, sir, that once teachers feel that they are fighting against a tide that they cannot stem, and that they themselves are at risk, a society could end up with teachers abandoning school children. And so all the children know, not just the ones that pursuing a life of crime, all the children know are at risk. Sir, this is serious business, and it is imperative that we not only have the legislation, but that there is a diligence to execute, that there's enforcement, that there's monitoring to make sure that this piece of legislation begins to produce the results that we need and that we are looking for. When you think of some of the videos you see on TikTok of young people glorifying weapons and discussing and using the most filthy language to express themselves and have difficulty in managing basic literacy, it hurts and grieves your heart, because as a society we will be failing our children. Now, there is a quote that says that the energy, the vision, and the creativity of our young people are the lifeblood of a dynamic society. I'll repeat it, sir. The energy, the vision, and creativity of our young people are the lifeblood of a dynamic society. And what is happening is that this spate of violence is spilling that lifeblood on the ground. And it reminds me, sir, of Genesis chapter 4, verse 10. When God called Cain and asked him the question, "Why is the blood of your brother Abel calling me from the ground? Where is your brother?" And God is asking this nation of the 40 whatever who were killed last year, the blood that was spilled last year, where is your brother? And what are you doing? Because the point being made here, and Cain understood it well. He said, "Well, I am my brother's keeper." But he knew that he was. And all of us in here, all of us out there, are the keepers of our brothers, of our children. Otherwise, we would not be worthy of the name to be leaders and parents in this community. That is what it is saying. So, sir, this is going to call for a change by the entire society. This is going to call for a change in how we do policing, how our legal system works. This is going to call for how we take care of our youth and do community development, how legal affairs functions, the AG chambers, home affairs, education, the churches, the families, the social groups. Everybody is going to have to make a shift and do something differently to cope with this problem. And you already heard members sharing what are some of the things that we've already started as a government. But this is not enough. The entire society has to be galvanized in order for us to deal with this problem. Remaining silent is not going to be an option. The worst part of this cancer is the tolerance for this evil. It is the inaction. That is the worst part, because it's creating the bed on which it can grow and thrive and consume us. And that is why it's important that all of us work together to deal with this, because at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, it's only a handful of vagabonds that are doing this, you know. It ain't every child. We so highlight what they do that we think all of our children are a problem. I went to a function, and a young man involved in education got up and made a speech. And I did not forget it. He said, he quoted someone that said, "Our children are not a problem to be solved, but they're opportunities to be developed." We have to do what we need to do in order to insulate our children, not isolate, but insulate. Give them the values, the training, strengthen their mental conditioning, give them the support, become engaged in their space, to give them the internal wherewithal to steer in these very difficult social circumstances that they have to face every day. Sir, when you hear what some children experience at school, I know I did not face that. When I think about what they have to deal with every day, I said, well, these children bearing up well, considering some of the circumstances that you understand that they face. And this is not only at school, this is also in the home, it's also in the community. And that is why harvesting the potential of our young people is absolutely important, and it has to be a very deliberate construct. You heard the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central, who talked about the programs that we've financed to start that journey of making sure that we get our hands around our children. You heard the Honourable Member for the city talk about the Peace Program. You heard the Honourable Member for St. Peter, who rose and spoke about the fact that we're now making available to churches resources so that they can use their influence and get into communities and put their hands around our young people and be able to give them the leadership that they need. Mr. Speaker, one of the other programs, two of the other programs that we have launched and that would be critical in this fight. I want to share this with the country. I want to share it with the chamber. I want to share it through you, Mr. Speaker. We started a Village Builders program, and here is why. As you engage Barbadians, as they share their fears about young people, you would hear people articulate, you know, I would love to help, but I don't know how to reach these young people. They feel a level of frustration because they don't know how to approach them in a way that would gain their confidence, that would allow them to get near, to build the influence. This is one of the major problems that we have, and this is one of the reasons why a lot of people are not engaging the social space and doing community work because they feel, I don't know how to relate to this generation because it seems so far from me. And as a ministry, the Ministry of Technological and Vocational Training, we recognized that we had a program that could actually help people in the community to be able to be equipped to engage the young people around them, whether those young people were in their homes, whether they were in the neighborhood outside, whether they were at school or where they work, that they could be armed and given the confidence. And so we mobilized Erdiston Teachers Training College to put on a Village Builders program that teaches the project-based and the play-based learning approaches that are more suited to young people's thinking and approach. And sir, I am happy to report that thus far we've had just over 300 persons who've taken the course, and we have another 200 that will be starting the next course. But here is the wonder and power, sir, of when a community desires to do good and they get the opportunity to be trained to do it. We had a session for the churches, and there were over 300 pastors who attended, 200 pastors who attended that meeting. And we shared on the Village Builders. And what has come out of that, Mr. Speaker, is that the Anglican Church in its synod has determined that they are making this year a focus on going into the communities with special programs for their children, and they outlined it. They also started registering people for the Village Builders. But it did not stop there. At the Pentecost service at the Kensington Oval, the pastor who heads up the New Testament Church shared with me that they want to put several hundred of their people through the training so that they feel empowered and appropriate to go into the community space and put their arms around the young people with programs that are appropriate for them. And that tells me something. We have been discouraged by the lack of volunteerism in the country, and feeling that it was coming not only from shortages of time, but a general indifference to others. If we are getting through, we don't have to serve. But the fact that people have found this program attractive, that they want to use it in order to go and help their community, tells me that volunteerism is not dead. It just needs the competence, it just needs to be armed, it just needs the opportunity and the guidance to be able to go and engage. And this is important. This is how we're going to be able to people our boys' clubs and girl guides, etc., as those people go out and find places of service, as they start programs at their own communities, reaching the young people who are around them. But it is not only working with them in the community to help build their self-esteem, to help them to engage in development and finding their purpose, etc. Young people need direction and skills. We need them to exchange the weapons and paraphernalia of crime and substitute it for skills that can help them to grow and succeed. And this is what the Ministry of Technological and Vocational Training has been doing. We have the Barbados Construction Gateway, and we have trained about 3,000 persons in the various skills. You're talking about plumbing, tiling, masonry, carpentry, electrical installation, solar panels. You're looking at the food and cookery, etc. Sorry, that's not in the construction. The other thing in the construction would be like painting and welding and stuff like that. And in 2025, we did 900 young people. We are now set to do 1,358 in this term. because we've created an alliance with the Ministry of Education where we're going to be able to use 10 of their schools to be able to advance Construction Gateway. But that is not all. We started the fishing and farming attracted over 250 young people, and I want the MPs to know that these programs are available to allow you to channel your young people and even older people who want to gain the skills to come in. And with the farming and fishing, they've been learning the aquaponics, the hydroponics. They've been learning about drip irrigation, crop production. They've been looking at beekeeping. They're also learning about the raising of animals, etc. And they're learning the new techniques, Mr. Speaker, not just the ordinary fork and hoe, but they're being able to use the modern technology in order to be able to get this done. And so farming and fishing is going forward. And then there's Hospitality Gateway. Hospitality Gateway has already done about 400 students, but this year, because of the expansion, we're going to be looking at 1,200 students who can go through and get a certificate, a skills certificate in things like cooking, reception, front desk, security, bellhop, housekeeping, the food and beverage skills, spa skills, and so on. All the skills that we're going to need to fill our hotels with well-trained staff so that we can make the best use of the investment in hotels that is coming here to Barbados. And I want to sincerely thank the team who have worked to try to give us additional capacity. The Skills Access Plus program will shortly be go before Cabinet and will be announced. And our plans are to use an additional 10 schools to help us do things like literacy and numeracy, to do things like engineering and horticulture, PVC installation. They're going to be doing languages, food processing, electronics and barbering, a whole host of skills that we have not been able to satisfy because we simply did not have enough room at the existing institutions. And the team is gung-ho and ready to move these things forward, Mr. Speaker. And that is what we have to do on the other side, that while we're using the anti-gang legislation to try to interrupt that pipeline and to dislocate those persons whose only intent is the destruction of our young people in the interest of their own advancement. While we're doing that with the anti-gang legislation, on the other side, we are working to build up and provide them with alternatives. These are important. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank you for the opportunity to share and to be able to say loudly and boldly, I fully support this, and our ministry stands ready to support any initiative that will require training, that will require mobilizing people to work in communities. We will keep providing the training so that you will have a cadre of persons you can draw from. But Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged to you, and I give you thanks.
Honourable Member for St. Thomas.
Mr. Speaker, I'm grateful for the opportunity to participate in the debate in this bill. There are a few occasions when your experience over the years, your training, your education, all come together to give you a unique perspective. So I start with review on the full understanding that this bill is intended not to eliminate gangs in Barbados, as some commentators might want to think, but to prevent and to control what, in effect, really are these nascent organs in the state are causing problems, criminal gangs. But I start from the perspective, sir, that a society that does not understand the gang culture will ultimately end up being surprised by the effects of the gang culture. Many years ago in this country, we had a debate as to whether we had gangs existing or not. A lot of the legal luminaries and the political titans fought in this house, sir, as to whether we had gangs. I was a boy growing up. I knew that there was a gang called CNN operating out through the bridge. There was one called Jesus and the Disciples operating in Short Hill up by me. We knew what we were seeing. And I want to go, sir, to these calypsos of the day, those chronicles, because they tell a story. In 1980s Observer, 1992, I believe, signed Catatat. I believe they got big rats about here organizing crime and slipping away. He was talking about the cat o' nine tails. The year I left school was 1993, Mr. Speaker. And one of the most popular calypsos in that crop over was a song by Spice and Company called Guns, Too Many Guns. In the tongue, too many guns passing round. Every day I open the paper, all I read about is murder. It is plain to see it is a shooting spree. This man got a gun, that man got a gun. And that same year there was a shooting up by me in Melrose, St. Thomas, where some young men from the farm were hiding out after being accused of a lot of robberies and a lot of crime on the West Coast all over, and were killed by the police. And I remember the mighty Gabby penned a song that same year, "Arm the police, pow pow, the violence will cease." Edwin Yearwood, when he came into Calypso, he talked about the peace sign and was encouraging young people to put down violence. And if you want to let go and express yourselves, come and dance and participate in the Calypso Festival. John King, the following year, sang the lament of many mothers. How many more? And I said all that, Mr. Speaker, to make the point that for 30 years, this has been a persistent problem, a problem that we have not necessarily wrestled well to the ground. It has been a persistent problem. A society that does not understand the gang culture and what it pertains will ultimately feel the effects and will be surprised by it. In preparation for this debate, Mr. Speaker, I've asked myself a number of questions. How can we expect peace when we ignore those who are capable of war? I've also asked myself, what are the real causes of this gun violence and the emergence of gangs and the rise of gang warfare and this retaliatory tactics we see played out on our streets? I've also asked myself, Mr. Speaker, what would motivate a black man, a young black man in this country, to point a gun at another? And then I've asked myself, Mr. Speaker, the question, what should we as lawmakers do about these problems? Sir, the government must balance crime response strategies and crime prevention strategies. And there have been too much a blurring of those two phenomena. The society wants responses now. They want the Attorney General to do something every time there is a murder, every time there is a mass shooting. That is the cry. People are scared. But we must not reduce it to a zero-sum game, that crime response strategies should outweigh crime prevention, or vice versa, that we should drop crime prevention and go into crime response. A delicate balance has to be struck because you're basically competing for the scarce economic and human resources. Capital resources, and there's a cost to a country. And that is why I believe that we have to embrace what is called a public health approach to gang violence and gun violence in the country. And what do I mean by that? A public health approach, sir. It is taking a look at the root causes of the problem, in contrast to the traditional law enforcement characterized by rapid response and reactive enforcement. That is where we have to go, sir. We live in a hemisphere in the Americas and the Caribbean that has a homicide rate, Latin America, the Americas, and the Caribbean, that is almost double the global average. That is a fact. The Caribbean remains a life transshipment point for guns, illicit narcotics, trafficking, even in human trafficking in people. That geopolitical reality should tell us something. We have gangs which have names of war zones, conflict zones, and some of the causes around the world that show the strife on television and on social media. I'm not going to call the names to glorify them, but back in the day we used to hear about places, Barbadians calling themselves living in Beirut, and Lebanon, and Vietnam. There are wider sociological reasons for these things, sir. Some may simply call it cultural mimicry. Some may call it young people not knowing any better. But if we dig a little deeper, Mr. Speaker, I believe we will find the sociological roots to a wider sociological or social problem. And you, sir, would appreciate there's a difference between a problem that is a social problem and a problem that is a sociological one. Others might say that these are just nascent antisocial behaviors being displayed by a displaced youth, unconnected with being embraced within a national narrative as to what the society is doing. Sociologists like Durkheim call it social anomie. But the more classic Marxists, like the Honourable Member for St. Michael East, would tell you that the deep structural inequalities in our Caribbean societies, and particularly in Barbados, might be the real reason why we're having these challenges. But, sir, I believe it is important for the government to fulfill the statement in the George Bridge Declaration that this violence that is not only affecting Barbados, but affecting the wider Caribbean region in the George Bridge Declaration, to treat this as a public health problem. First, we have to define and monitor the problem in all of its spheres and emanations, all of its dimensions. Then we must identify the risks that are involved. And a lot of the honourable members who spoke here today, sir, have identified the risks to the country and the protection factors that matter. The third element of treating this as a public health problem speaks to developing testing and prevention strategies. We have to do a proper assessment as to what the problem is, and then we need to assure that there's widespread adoption of the measures that are implemented. That is what we speak to when we talk about a public health approach to this gun violence and the gang epidemic that we're facing. So there are historical factors, structural historical factors that are at play. Many of the Caribbean societies, sir, are affected by deep structural inequalities, often manifested by limited access to education, to jobs, to housing. There's a lot of overcrowding in some communities. We have built housing estates, Mr. Speaker, in the 1960s that were intended for one families, but 3 and 4 generations of families in large numbers are still living in many of these estates, sir. We are a country where our education system, and the Honourable Prime Minister, when she first came to this place as a Minister of Education, some 31 years ago, produced a white paper on education that spoke to what was Barbados' then most glaring, or most guarded secret, that 75% of the young people who left school without any educational qualifications. And that report considered it to be one of our most guarded secrets. So while we have had people leaving school with much success and academic achievement, some athletic achievement, some have gone on to do well, we got to accept that you, sir, led an institution called the Urban Adult College. There was the Barbados O-Level Institute and other institutions of that nature that fill the gap. Those gaps have not been filled in Barbados for a long time. And I suspect, without doing any analysis, sir, my own anecdotal information suggests to me that that educational gap has gotten wider, and therefore it has put more pressures on this society, because we are not being able to pull out more and more people through the after-school route by allowing them to achieve educational qualifications, whether it was the O-levels or CXCs or Cambridge, Oxford and Cambridge, or City and Guilds. Those opportunities do not exist in the way in which they did when I was going to school, sir. These things put pressures on the society. And we would want to, if we want to examine the real reasons, sir, as to why we are having challenges in channeling all young people on a national course of development, on a national course of pride in industry, in the institutions that we were involved in. We got to understand these structural factors. Sir, Barclays Bank had a sports club in Wildy. Cable and Wireless had a sports club in Wildy. Banks Breweries had a sports club in Wildy. But they are no longer sports clubs. The Banks Cricket Club, out and gone. It is now a chicken barn. We're in the pavilion. The university is now at a university, medical university is now at Cable and Wireless. No cricket is played there. And Barclays Cricket Club, a thing of the past. All in one small space, but created opportunities for young people who left school to play first division cricket at the higher level and be able to get jobs that facilitated them to get to cricket practice without having to tell the boss, but I want to go to cricket practice. What the Honourable Member for the City Sport speaks about is the networking. And that has gone. We know of cricketers who left school and went and worked for Cable and Wireless and had liberal access to cricket practice and getting time off to go and train to get themselves ready to go to Barbados trials. Those things gone. Those planks gone. Added to these structural challenges we have, sir, are the law enforcement and judicial systems that have seen better days. Under-resourced, antiquated systems, some of them lack capacity, and yes, I say so from this place. And it allows the criminal enterprises who do not have those inhibitions to flourish because they can't outflank these institutions. In some countries, there's political patronage and clientelism where political parties organize themselves through the gangs. We don't have that problem, thankfully, in Barbados because our politics is, and our people are a lot more vigilant. And then the social economic drivers, poverty and unemployment. It's high among youth. Creating a pool of individuals that are now so attractive for malignant perpetrators to go after our young people. What is the level of young people not in employment, education, or training. They call them NEETs. Not in employment, education, or training. These things create the avenues for the gangs to appear attractive as means of survival. We don't have a lot of slum growth, urban slums in Barbados, but we have urban communities in Barbados that should not be as there are in the constituency of the Honourable Member for the city, in the constituency that you serve this House with distinction for, sir, before, and around Barbados, and indeed even in pockets in rural Barbados. There are social conditions that have not caught up with the advances that others have had. If you go into these communities and you examine these young people who are at the forefront of the battle that we are trying to fight, Mr. Speaker, you will see that these people suffer from some kind of neglect, physical, sexual, or verbal abuse. They have mental challenges. They're exposed to drugs, pornography, all kinds of challenges in these homes. And if we were to really engage in a process where every child had the commitment of diagnostic testing, and I know that is part of the education transformation process that the Honourable Member for St. James North is piloting. But what would this diagnostic assessment tell us? Early childhood trauma experiences in 95% of those who are before the courts are in the juvenile system. 95% of them have had early traumatic childhood experiences of one case or the other. Mental health challenges not being attended to. Susceptible to who? If we do not understand the nature of the gun culture, then we will be surprised at its effects. The gang culture and identity for youths provide a sense of belonging, a sense of protection. And we might quibble and argue and disagree as to whether or not this is a real gang in its traditional sense, where there's an organized hierarchy and structure, a command center, where patronage and money and payment is distributed along recognized rules. Or they could be at the very opposite end of that spectrum, Mr. Speaker, where they're very nascent, ephemeral, they're not very transitory. But they have the same effect when you put a gun in the hands of a youngster who's head full with a molly, or who has mental challenges, and you tell him, go and shoot John. He snatched your brother chain or my brother chain. Head pack up with drugs, sir, and causing mayhem. We also have, sir, the normalization of violence. It is too normal. I could not play with a gun, sir. I remember when we had cap guns as little boys, and you put the reels in it. And much to my disappointment, my father, God bless his soul, decided those gifts you all get at Christmas, you all ain't using them at all. And it was almost a universal thing growing up that we could not play with guns. But I shudder when I see that on the PlayStations, the PS2s, and the Xboxes, that all the youngsters doing are shooting all day. I could fast forward many years to 2010s when Ian Webster, another Calypso monarch, sang "These are the fruits of the Hollywood tree." Again, our social commentators in song have been chronicling this journey. So the recidivism rates are high. They're high. Too many people are in crime. When you trace the antecedents, absenteeism from schools, truants, did not write exams, mother died or living in the States, father in prison or never had a father. All of these traits can be seen in the various probation reports when the pre-sentencing reports come before the court, presenting a candidate for social deviance as early as pre-secondary school. But the system doesn't track. The system doesn't track, but who will these gangsters recruit? If we don't understand the nature of gun and gang culture, we will be surprised at its effects. The geopolitical situation in which we find ourselves in, Mr. Speaker, also troubles me. Because in my research, the U.S. Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives have indicated that 75% of the guns that the police recover in the Caribbean come out of the state of Florida and the state of Georgia. 75% of the guns, and those are two open carry states within America. We paid the price for Americans' Second Amendment. But as the Honourable Prime Minister said, we are not dealing with po-pos. We are dealing with semi-automatic weapons that can cause real havoc. So what do we do? Policy changes have to be made. We can look at short-term interventions or real structural reforms. Many governments fall to the temptation, sir, of focusing on reactive policing, stronger police presence on the streets, a state of emergency here, an extended state of emergency there, sir, the use of the military and the paramilitary to bolster the police. But when we don't deal with the long-term social policies to address the social inequality and the development that are characteristic of Caribbean societies, when we don't listen, sir, to the cry of the poor and the powerless, as the C.Y. Thomas would have taught us, or Walter Rodney in the Grounding with My Brethren, the tough stances, while they are necessary, while they are important, they may impact on the suppression of crime here and there. The evidence before us tells us the studies, the reports, the theses that really can they affect the root causes of crime. The undereducation, the low output, the overcrowding, the depressed schools in the depressed communities, the benign indifference to addressing these problems across the land, and there is a benign indifference to address these as a social problem, sir. Because we look at the high flyers, and even, sir, the middlers like you and me. We were not high flyers, but the vast majority of the 75% left behind. Too many young people, sir, are entirely disengaged from the labor market and the educational system and training activities. Sir, anti-crime policies fail when law enforcement agencies are underpaid, undertrained, underfunded. And one of the things that this government has done, sir, is to make sure that we put enough resources behind our law enforcement agencies. The government has given the commitment that the first call on the resources of the state is the security of the people of this country. And that is why you have seen Measures like these, changes in our laws, increases in the resources at the levels of the courts, putting systems in place at the port, appointing more judges, more prosecutors, even dealing with the diagnostic needs of the children, passing a new framework for dealing with the Social Empowerment Agency to deal with children, the elderly, and the vulnerable. All of this is part and parcel of the securing of people. And that is important, sir. Even allowing young people to go back to university. Because I now get a chance to say it from this place. But telling young people at 18 years old, in an economy that did not grow for 10 years, that they could not go to a university, but had to go and face the commercial bank and look for $30,000, meant that many, many, many people like you and I, sir, when they left school, went on the block. We could not afford the cost of education, but I can tell you, sir, that we're paying the price for ignorance. And that is why it was important when we came back into office in 2018 to open back that channel, sir. That is why it's important to build out the institutions like the Barbados Youth Advanced Corps, the National Transformation Initiatives. And too many young people, sir, come to me asking, boss, Mr. Nichols, I want help getting a job. What you want to do? I want to work on the road, cleaning the streets. And nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But when you ask them, have you heard of the National Transformation Initiative? Have you heard of Project Dawn and the Block Transformation Unit? Have you heard of Coursera, where education and training is available to upskill? All these programs done by the community college, Samuel Jackman, skills training, organized under the ministry of the Honourable Member for St. James South. No, sir, we never hear about these things. I've asked the Barbados Fire Service to come back to me with a program, sir, to expand the opportunities for young people to join the fire cadets. This is a program promoted by the Honourable Member for Christchurch Eastleigh when he held the ministerial portfolio, which I'm honoured to lead now. But we want to be able to double the amount of people as fire cadets because it provides us with an auxiliary corps of young people, able-bodied people. Whenever we have to deal with an emergency or a natural disaster, people who are trained to respond to those emergencies as part of our auxiliary corps of people. Because if we were ever hit by any major disaster, God forbid, as we are about to enter the Atlantic hurricane season on Monday, but you would have a core young people involved in some specialized training that could render assistance to that country anytime it was in need, or even one of our neighbors. We could send out that auxiliary corps. Or if our fire service or emergency personnel had to go to assist a Caribbean neighbor, we know that we would not be depleted in our numbers. These are the things that we're talking about, building out the diversionary programs, building out the opportunities for young people to get off the streets and be susceptible to the drug men. Sir, I support this bill. And I've seen some of the criticisms from the members of the legal profession, sir. And I have read them and I have looked at some of them and I've laughed. I've said to the president of the Bar Association, I understand that they have difficulties now working out who are lawyers and who are clerks and having challenges keeping up with the Joneses of today. Joneses, not Joneses. But this legislation that is before the chamber is not something to nitpick at. The government did not arrive at the definition as to what is a gang, other than means of thorough analysis and debate and discussion. The Honourable Member for the City will tell you that. We are affable, we get along well, but we don't always agree, but we can work it out until we get the best solution for the people of this country. We will get it right. We spend many, many hours working late at night, after midnight even, on one occasion, with the Honourable Attorney General trying to make sure that we get this bill right. I support it, sir. It will not eliminate gangs from forming. It will not eliminate gun violence, but it prevents and controls gun violence and gang violence, gang-sponsored activities from taking root, so that we will have those organized structures where they can buy judges, buy police, buy politicians, and infiltrate the system. And the Barbados that we know and love will be something that we will find difficult to recognize. This legislation is timely. We don't have to get into the discussion as to whether we have gangs in Barbados, because the legislation is not intended to create that discussion as to what is a gang, or whether we have a gang that is similar to that in Trinidad, or whether we had gangs with, no. It is a question of fact that is determined by a court of law. The legislation is drafted in broad forms, because if we were to set out a tight formula, the fellas will know when we look at that legislation, this is all we got to do to avoid that classification, but they can still plan and organize. And yes, there was always the offense of conspiracy. 2 or 3 people can conspire to commit criminal activities. But the difference between conspiracy, which is a common law, inchoate offense, and here is that we do not want the transitory, one-off, ephemeral actions of a group of people to become a profession, to become a habit, and to become something that is more serious and deadly. We will stop it in the roots. And I call on all Barbadians to ask themselves the question: how can we expect peace when we ignore those who are capable of war? Ask yourself that fundamental question. Ask yourself, what would motivate a child in your house leaving home to feel fortified enough to point a weapon at another child in this land? What could justify that level of anger? What is the reward? What is the value proposition? Because if you can't ask your child that and have that discussion with your child, what is the value proposition for taking a semi-automatic weapon on the instruction of a fella down the gap, sitting down on a tree, on a table, to go somewhere else and to pull that trigger? How could that motivate you? If we don't have these conversations, sir, with our children, if we don't have these conversations with the young men at our sports clubs, if we don't have these conversations with the young girls who go on to cruises knowing that they are not going to get packed down like the men, but they have the guns and the knives in the purses and on their person, sir. Men with fake gold, big fake gold around the neck, get snatched. You go and see the man that snatched your chain on a boat, sir, and you call him so that when the boat get back down to town, you got to arm your people out there waiting to put people's lives in danger. all down through tongue shoes, down through all the lanes, down Fontabelle. People running, left the shoes, purse, bag, everything, scampering. Because somebody you have a beef with. What can motivate young black people, sir? To take on the sobriquet and the name of Beirut and Gaza and Lebanon. War zones. Not understanding the absence of the level of consciousness that is now endemic in our society. And the absence of consciousness, sir, that the political class alone isn't responsible for. Again, the Calypsonians of the early 1990s, when I was a teenager, spoke about these things. We can take all of those calypsos, word for word, 31 years later, 32 years later. Observer, by Gabby, John King, Invader Number 3, all of them, and apply those songs, even Ronnie D. It's a paradise. All them songs. And they explain we can have the biggest banks and the fanciest highways, but what if the people getting worse every day? Tell me. Words sung in the 80s. And I say that because I want to defend young people too, in the sense that people might want to blame them that what is going on now is so bad. These are problems that we have not dealt with. I'm talking about the structural inequality in the society, which opens up the young people in vulnerable communities, the underbelly. What the functionalists will argue is the antisocial behavior being exhibited by people who do not agree to the same social traits and mores. But what the Honourable Member for St. Michael East might tell you is their real response to a legacy of underdevelopment and underachievement perpetuated by the state and institutions facilitated by the state to keep the distinctions among various groups of people. I believe that's a summary of what the Honourable Member of St. Michael East might say if he had a chance.
Use the word, we talk about dialectal materialism.
That is it. And there's a historical materialism that I'm trying to explain that understands the dialectic. I get very worried when the Honourable Member for Christchurch South and the Honourable Member for St. Michael East are so close together because they come from the same intellectual thought place. But sir, a society that refuses to understand gang culture, gun violence will ultimately end up being surprised by its effects. How can we expect peace when we ignore those who are capable of war? I support the bill. I support the measures taken by the government. I understand the urgency from which it is brought. We have to do better. And the government will not only focus on crime prevention strategies, but also secure the people. This is a security measure, sir. The crime prevention strategies are all before the country, and we will continue to do our very, very best to bolster those strategies to keep young people away from harm. I'm obliged to you, sir.
Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A lot has been said, and I do not intend to delay the chamber unduly. But I want to start by saying that I support the bill before this honourable chamber, the Criminal Gangs Prevention and Control Bill, introduced into this honourable chamber by the member for the city of Bridgetown. And I want to congratulate him for piloting the bill, because not only is the bill timely, but you can tell from the construct of the bill that significant thought went into the not only the policy position, but certainly the drafting of the bill. Mr. Speaker, I support any measure in this chamber and outside to reduce criminal activity in Barbados. I do so, first of all, as a citizen. I do so, of course, as a member of Parliament and a Minister of Tourism. But I also do so, Mr. Speaker, as a parent. And that is important. And I welcome this bill because this bill essentially is another tool for the police to use. And I welcome this tool because even though it is in its legislative format, it is an opportunity for the police service to really help us to continue to arrest this situation that we are faced with, particularly criminal activity in Barbados. Mr. Speaker, gang violence is not unique to Barbados. It is something that happens all over the globe. But because of our size, because of what we rely on in respect of tourism and investment, it is even of more concerning to me, not only as a citizen, not only to the constituents of St. Michael West Central, but certainly to all those who want to enjoy and live here peacefully. And to address the whole issue of gang violence, it requires a coordinated approach. Mr. Speaker, jot down a few notes to myself as I prepared for this debate not so long ago. It requires a coordinated approach by combining law enforcement efforts, community engagement, and certainly policy initiatives. As it relates to law enforcement strategies, we've had community policing in Barbados for several years. The Barbados Police Service has been up front and center. We've had, as we've heard in here, social groups helping us to maintain community engagement. Of course, the government is using technology. You see the surveillance cameras on our highways and byways. We know that data analytics is an additional tool that can help us to help law enforcement agencies in terms of identifying crimes and taking the necessary proactive measures to contain crime. When you look at it from a policy and legislative perspective, we have brought in this chamber the former Attorney General and the current Attorney General, brought a number of legislative tools to this honorable chamber to help us control crime generally. But when you look at the gun control measures, a lot of the legislation that we've brought here, the sentencing reform, for example, and the resource allocation that we as a government continue to give not only to national security, but also to the police service of Barbados. And we have had several instances in this chamber where the Ministry of Finance have supported the police in all its budgetary requests. We've done other things, obviously, at another level, but this government has not been short of funding whatever requests presented to it to help with the policing and, of course, national security in this country. When we look at the social impact, gun violence, Mr. Speaker, continues to create a lot of anxiety in the society. People feel unsafe. And this bill, and that is why I say very proudly from where I stand, that I support the bill, because I support anything, any legislative instrument that will help this country to ease the tension and to ease the fears of Barbadians, Mr. Speaker. Anything that will cause the population to feel unsafe, we have to take the appropriate action, and that is why we're here today. And when you think about it from a tourism perspective, because, Mr. Speaker, I can't help, because I'm the Minister of Tourism and I have to speak on this. It is established that tourism in Barbados accounts for more than 40% of GDP. It is widely held and accepted that the tourism sector is responsible for the employment of thousands of Barbadians. Last check I made, it was over 27,000 Barbadians. Mr. Speaker, tourism supports a number of businesses across Barbados, including small businesses, including small entrepreneurs, Mr. Speaker. They benefit from this sector. And gang violence can only but pose a significant risk to the vital tourism sector, and therefore cause thousands of Barbadians who already benefit from this sector to suffer. And that cannot happen, Mr. Speaker. Acts of recklessness, Mr. Speaker, if allowed to go unchecked, will certainly cause us significant economic and social damage. And that is what we're doing today by introducing this bill, criminal gangs, Mr. Speaker. We cannot, Mr. Speaker, allow a few people in Barbados to create problems for us. And I like to express it this way. We cannot allow a few people in Barbados to burn down the house that gives them shelter. And I can find no better expression than say this. We cannot allow them. And my simple message to all those who want to get involved in this activity, or those who are involved in this activity, is to remind them, do not burn down the house that gives you shelter. We can't afford it. We have worked hard over several years to build a tourism sector, to build out a tourism industry. And we cannot allow a few reckless souls to create havoc and put our sector at risk in this country. It cannot be allowed, because when you create problems for a society, then you have a government now having to manage reputational risk and reputational damage. And it cannot be allowed. We simply cannot allow a few people to cause us reputational damage. This government, like I said, has spent considerable sums on security to contain lawlessness. The Ministry of Finance has never, and you heard the Honourable Member for Christchurch East Central made a point, never turned down requests as it relates to not only social and economic issues, but matters relating to crime prevention. We have a duty, and we've done so well, to protect our locals as well as to protect our visitors. And Barbadians must feel comfortable. They must feel comfortable enough that they can leave home and they can conduct their business at any time without feeling unsafe in their country. And as we have a duty to protect locals and those who come to visit Barbados, we also have a duty to protect the tourism industry. And we cannot afford, Mr. Speaker, to have any acts of violence being perpetrated against locals in this country, because, like I said, too many people in this Barbados rely on the tourism sector for their bread and butter, as the older people would say. Mr. Speaker, we cannot afford these few elements in our society to cause investors not to invest in Barbados. We cannot allow these elements to thrive in this society, because then it will impact investors who want to come here and invest. And we certainly cannot do so, because there are many people who come to Barbados and spend months at a time. They buy homes and they enjoy Barbados, and they're still continuing to enjoy Barbados. I know we recently had a situation at Savi. We had to manage it, Mr. Speaker. It is not a reflection who we are as a very hospitable people. It is not a reflection of the warmth and friendliness that we bring to Barbados. Unfortunately, there have people who believe in Barbados. There are people who are selling Barbados as a product to potential visitors, and we certainly cannot allow the acts of a minority to humbug the majority. And therefore, it is important that we recognize that we will have to change course. And this bill, when it becomes law, will change the course for a lot of people, or a few people, I should say, who wish to engage in criminal activity in this country. I, Mr. Speaker, again, would like to recommend or advise the honourable member for the city, perhaps he should consider implementing a public education program on gangs. I really believe public education on gangs is absolutely necessary at this point. It is important for young people to be aware. It is important for parents to be aware. It's important for family members to be aware. And also educating them on this very bill, the criminal gangs bill. Because if they understand what is in this bill, anybody who comes close to them or try to encourage them to form part of a group, they will say no group for the wrong reasons. They will be able to tell them, I'm sorry, I'm not a party to this. And by educating our young people, adults, and other persons in this country, I think will go a long way to help us beat this situation that we are faced with. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if you can publish symbols for these gangs, but people should be aware. Mr. Speaker, you don't know a lot about them, and signs and symbols, and you might go and make the wrong sign, and then you get in trouble because somebody may feel that you are not knowing, and for lack of knowledge, you might end up in a situation. So that's why I am going to recommend to the honourable member for the city that there be a strong public relations and social media campaign. Because, you know, young people, Mr. Speaker, will enjoy or read or look at anything on social media, especially if it has more pictorial than writing. So I would want to recommend public education. It is critical, even in our schools. My view that within the school environment, we have to ensure that we have it positioned within, I'm not necessarily going to say the curriculum, but what we need to do is to create this sensitization that is really and truly needed in Barbados. Mr. Speaker, legislation will not do it all, and I readily accept that. We have, if we wish, to go back to what I refer to as the society-wide return to the teaching of morals and values within the home, of course, and we also have to continue through our school environment. But I really believe that we have a wonderful opportunity to ensure we educate, but also enhance the return of morals and values to the society. Mr. Speaker, I'm not going to share any experiences out of Jamaica, but I know Jamaica was faced with a situation, and because of the situation that they were facing with the criminal element, they had to take some urgent actions. And as a result of what I would call a relentless onslaught on criminal gangs, they were able to reduce the rate of criminal offenses within their society. And I am convinced that this bill, though not intended to be used as an arrow against anybody, it will certainly help us, in addition to all the other measures, in addition to all the other pieces of legislation that we have enacted as an administration in this country, to continue to maintain the very dominant position that we have with respect to being a warm, a very hospitable and friendly society. Mr. Speaker, I did indicate that I will not engage the House unduly, but I really want to thank the honourable member for the city of Bridgetown for piloting this bill. He did an outstanding job in piloting the bill, explaining the different areas of the bill, supported, of course, by the Attorney General in this chamber today. But I want to give Barbadians the assurance that we will continue to monitor the situation. Within the Ministry of Tourism, we've also, and we have, implemented a number of measures to ensure that we contain. It is our job as well to continue to maintain our dialogue with our partners in the market, and we will continue to do so because we cannot and will never ever allow the tourism sector to struggle because of anything remotely associated. I know within the hotel sector there have been some concerns, they have voiced their opinions, but I believe that this bill, in addition to all the other initiatives that we're laying out, some of course we can't communicate, but all the other policy measures that we're indicating will go a long way, perhaps, Mr. Speaker, in allaying the fears, but also to let them know that the government is busy at work. We are tackling the matter head on. We are not afraid as a government to deal with the issues because we understand the implications, and we will continue to work hard in the people's name to arrest this situation and to ensure that as we go forward, citizens of Barbados will continue to feel very safe in this country as we move to arrest this, what I will call situation. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable Michael North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, sir. Again, as the previous speaker would have mentioned, it is late and I do not intend to delay the House inordinately, but I wanted to lend my voice to the bill that is being debated today, the Criminal Gangs Prevention and Control Bill. At first, when this was scheduled to be piloted, I didn't have the intention at that time to speak on the bill. But due to, I believe, a happy collision of circumstances, I believe that it is important for me to add my voice to the discussion and the debate. Mr. Speaker, today we had another fatal shooting, and I extend at this point in time my condolences to the family and friends of the individual who has lost his life. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, when I speak of these circumstances that have collided, just this morning, I had the privilege of joining the principal, faculty, parents, and students of the Eden Lodge Nursery School as they conducted an initiative, a peace walk, throughout the Eden Lodge community, the immediate environs of the school grounds. And Mr. Speaker, sir, this initiative was thought necessary as a result of an unfortunate gun-related incident just a few weeks ago, where an individual discharged a firearm in close proximity to the school. Not only that school, but just a stone's throw away is the Eden Lodge Nursery School. Mr. Speaker, oftentimes persons think that these crimes and gun-related crimes, in particular the serious nature of gun-related crimes, people tend to think that this is a young man's issue. Even as we are debating this piece of legislation, some call it the anti-gang legislation. Some people think that when we hear about gun crime, that it is a gang member's thing. So a young man's thing, a gang member's thing, a wild boy thing, and we try to categorize it, put it into these very nice boxes to give ourselves peace and comfort when we are thinking about or reflecting upon these issues. But, Mr. Speaker, there can be no doubt that this is not an issue that can be categorized and put nicely into a box. This is a whole of society issue that we as members of this society, first and foremost, as members of Parliament, as leaders in this country, have to put measures in place to address, because it is affecting every aspect of our society. So I want to be able to, in this very short intervention, to add context and some level of credibility, to enhance the credibility not only of what we're doing here today, but the wider crime prevention and crime arresting issues that we as an administration have been doing over these last 8 years. Mr. Speaker, sir, there is a cycle of crime. So whilst we would want to isolate today's conversation around how do we prevent and control gang behavior in our society, we must appreciate that there is a cycle of crime. And this is really a sociological concept, and it has many different layers. Whether it is, Mr. Speaker, looking at the areas of generational trauma, abuse, violence. We have communities, Mr. Speaker, where persons have observed violence on a regular basis. They've almost been fed a diet of violence. Mr. Speaker, I grew up at 2G Nursery Lane, Eden Lodge, St. Michael. I grew up in Eden Lodge as an 80s baby, in the 80s and 90s. And Eden Lodge, at that point in time, was an area where you could find a lot of activities taking place that are unfortunate. I saw almost everything that you could think of when it comes to criminal behavior all around me. I was surrounded by it. But I also saw in that community love. I saw friendship. I saw families working together. I saw neighbors cooperating with each other. I saw a close-knit community, despite the issues that we would have had in those years when I was growing up. But even as I reflect upon my time as a youngster growing up in Eden Lodge, and the Eden Lodge that I now have the privilege to represent, I have seen it go through many different phases and stages of its development and its progress. Sometimes we have tremendous success that comes out of Eden Lodge, whether it is our community and sports clubs, where our young men or cricketers go out there and win championships and tournaments, whether it is our footballers in Cave Hill that go out there and do exceptionally well in football tournaments, whether it is some of our young and bright athletes, some young people we have from Eden Lodge, from in the heart of Eden Lodge, a young lady, I wouldn't call her name because they didn't ask her permission to do it, but a young lady who is the youngest cricketer playing for Barbados, on the Barbados team. And that young lady just went into secondary school just about a year ago. And she is already playing for the Barbados team because of the exceptional talent, the exceptional gift that she has when it comes to sports. Not just cricket, but she is an all-around athlete, a long-distance runner, a sprinter, a footballer, a cricketer. So we have so many wonderful and positive examples of good that comes out of Eden Lodge. But we've also had some incidents like that one just a few weeks ago, and several others that have happened all across St. Michael North and Cave Hill and other areas where we've had loss of life. So this is a wide and societal issue that we must address. And there's a cycle of crime. And I remember, Mr. Speaker, as a young man growing up and seeing a lot of this violent activity taking place all around me, I, as a young individual, had to make a decision of which path I would choose. And unfortunately, there are some young persons, some who grew up in the same circumstances and environment that I grew up in, that they chose one path, a path that led, in some cases, to their incarceration, and in other cases, to their death. But these are the choices that many young people, many of the young individuals that we're seeing as perpetrators of crime in our society today, these are some of the same paths that they're seeking to choose as well. So in this cycle of crime, it is not just the generational trauma and the violence that they see, but there's also systemic failures, where some of these areas have been identified as high crime or high crime prone neighborhoods. And then there are also generational realities, where many of the young persons that we see, and you as a sociologist, sir, would know this even better than I would, that many of the young persons that we see who are interacting with or coming into contact with the penal system, with the judicial system, many of them have parents, one or two, one or both, that have been previously incarcerated. And now there's this cycle that perpetuates itself throughout their family. But crime affects us as a society in many significant ways. Socially, it destroys families. Mr. Speaker, we've seen mothers who have had to cry in the streets upon receiving news of their son, sometimes their only son, being taken at the hands of a gun and another individual, usually a young man as well. And it's not just the victim of the gun crime, but the perpetrator of the gun crime as well, whose life is now put in jeopardy, and in some cases you can even say has been lost, because now they're in the system and sometimes for the rest of their lives. It is not just the victim who has lost his life, not just the perpetrator who has also in a sense lost his life and his access to freedom, but it's also the families, the friends, the schoolmates, the workmates that are also connected to these individuals. So socially, crime has a negative impact. It destroys lives, it destroys families, it destroys communities. Mr. Speaker, as a member of Parliament representing an urban constituency that's densely populated, I come into contact with these realities on a daily basis. I remember hosting just last year a cricket tournament on the Eden Lodge playing field. And Mr. Speaker, during the course of that activity, gunshots rang out. Gunshots rang out. And Mr. Speaker, the trauma that was visited upon those participants, and I mean, we had a wonderful crowd. Persons came out from the community, and this is what, as a member of Parliament, I want. I want the community to be bound together, so we host a lot of activities. We try to bring the various parts of St. Michael North together. But then you have an unfortunate incident, this gunshots ringing out. Mr. Speaker, you know what I heard subsequent to that? Boy, you can't come out late at night, boy. You got to be careful. I got to be mindful now. When the sunset is being sight, people within communities are now fearful to be a part of community-related activities, community-building activities. So here we are, as members of Parliament, as leaders of this country, trying to build community, trying to reestablish the cohesion across family networks within our various communities, and then we have crime that is dividing it, driving people apart. So there are social impacts, negative impacts of crime. It affects us economically as well, Mr. Speaker, sir. Crime has a cost, not only in terms of the productive lives lost, which is a very important cost, the productive life. Most of these young victims of gun crimes in our country, most of these young men who affiliate with gangs, Mr. Speaker, they're under the age of 35 years old. Some of them under the age of 25, majority in some cases under the age of 25. Young men that should be at their most productive. Young men that should be contributing to our country, to our economy, to our society. Young men that should be fathers. Young men that should be leaders of homes. Young men that should be out there being captains of industry. They are cut down in their prime. There's an economic cost to our country because of crime. There's a cost relative to running our prison. There's a cost relative to running our courts and staffing them and hearing cases every day. Although I'm sure, Mr. Speaker, you don't mind having the employment because, you know, many persons with your professions have made a good living off of this activity of being in the court system for many years.
I am not one of those, I remember.
You're not one of them?
No, I'm not.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, so guided. So guided. But despite those who may have the advantage of benefiting somehow from the profession of law, there is a cost to us having crime in our country. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, sir, there's a cost on tourism. The honourable member who spoke before me, the honourable member for St. Michael West Central, He spoke about tourism and the impact on tourism. One of our leading sector, our leading industry. 40% of our GDP coming from tourism and tourism-related activities directly. And there's a direct cost to crime on tourism. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, there are direct healthcare costs. Every time there is a traumatic event, a mass casualty event, a shooting, there is a knock-on effect of healthcare costs in our country as a result of this. I mentioned just in passing earlier, another cost, the psychological cost as well, the trauma that is afflicted to our people. But beyond that, Mr. Speaker, the mental health incidents that can come as an offshoot, as a domino effect of having these events taking place at the frequency that we have seen them over the last few years. People have PTSD. There are persons, Mr. Speaker, that will tell me in my communities after there has been a shooting incident, a fatality as a result of guns and gang activity. I have individuals who have said to me, Mr. Speaker, every time I hear a car backfire, if I hear somebody pass with a loud sound playing in a car, I get jumpy. I feel the effects of it. This is PTSD. This is affecting the mental health of our people. And as a society, we have to address it. So I firmly support and stand on the side of this government relative to ensuring that a piece of legislation like this that fits into a broader strategy on crime prevention is absolutely necessary, and we need to do it to make sure that we can rescue our country. But as I said, it is not just this piece of legislation today. We cannot, as some would like to do, see the legislation and try to pick it apart and look for where the issues are, etc., to score cheap political points in some cases. It is not just about this piece of legislation, but it must be seen in the context of a wider effort by this administration. And Mr. Speaker, I would want to call what this government has been doing over the last 8 years to address the issues of crime in our country generally, not just gangs, but crime generally. I would want to call them social restoration strategies and activities. Social restoration. How do we restore as a government, as leaders? How do we restore the social fabric of our country that has been degrading, deteriorating, falling apart over the last few years? And it has nothing to do with government or administrations. We've seen this type of activity taking place all across the world, Mr. Speaker. But what have we done? We have created the Youth Advance Corps. We have had efforts by the Honourable Member from St. John when he was responsible for youth affairs in particular, but also responsible for community development, which he is still responsible for. We've had him spearheading an effort to increase the number of community clubs that we have, a strategy enveloped by that ministry and by that minister to try to get more community clubs active in our country. And I'm happy for those efforts because I've been able, as a Member of Parliament, to work with and through some of the community clubs within St. Michael North to be able to have a positive impact on our young people. And it's important for us to bring this down to the community level because, as I said, this is not a young man in a gang issue. This is a wide societal issue, and all of us have to play our part in it. We've held many community events in St. Michael North, sporting tournaments, developmental programs. I just recently re-established, and every year I've done it since I've been a Member of Parliament, the St. Michael North Community Continuing Education Program. The St. Michael North Continuing Education Program, absolutely free scholarships to young persons to be able to endeavor to learn not only vocational skills, but also academic training in different areas as well, whether it is principles of business, principles of accounts, whether it is management, Mr. Speaker, sir, whether it is barbering, nail technology, makeup artistry, a wide range of courses offered through my partners and myself to be able to allow our young people to be able to have an opportunity free of cost to learn skills, to upskill themselves so that they can be able to make a positive contribution to our society. I established, Mr. Speaker, last year, and is still in the process of working through, the St. Michael North Right Direction Youth Mentorship Program. And I'm going to speak a little bit more about mentorship as I go on in this presentation. But that initiative was designed to do exactly what it speaks to provide mentorship to our young people, to give them the opportunity to hear from persons, leaders within society, individuals who have made positive decisions and have gone in positive directions in their life, to be able to hand over to them the skills that they need, the guidance that they need, so that they too can choose to go in the right direction. We've had the St. Michael North Employment Readiness Program, once again to invest in young people in particular, the skills that they need to be able to properly navigate, more effectively navigate the employment journey. Mr. Speaker, sir, we have had and we are establishing right now through our primary schools the St. Michael North After School Program. And there's a parenting program that is to come. Mr. Speaker, time would not permit me to go through all of them. As a government, what have we done? We have brought child protection. We have brought child justice legislation. We have the youth entrepreneurship scheme, yes. We have construction gateway, and I believe that there's a hospitality gateway, Honourable Member for St. James South, that is also taking flight and giving our young people more opportunities to be able to navigate the hospitality space, whether in the hotels or out of the hotels. We have had the Job Start Plus initiative. All of these are carefully, strategically initiated programs to allow our young persons to have positive avenues that would help them to avoid lives of crime, to avoid gang activity, Mr. Speaker, sir. And of course, as I said, this is a whole of society issue, and it needs a whole of society intervention. We've also had the creation of the One Family Initiative under the Ministry of People Empowerment, a fantastic initiative that is supposed to look at the whole ecosystem, if you would permit me to use that, the whole ecosystem around families, the financial issues, the social issues, those same generational issues that I would have mentioned, Mr. Speaker, the whole cycle of crime, the whole determinants of crime, to look at those social and economic and financial determinants of crime, and to see how interventions can be made in some of our most vulnerable families in this country to help young people within those homes and within those family units to be able to avoid a life of crime. I move on now, Mr. Speaker, now to make some appeals. We cannot do this alone. Government, the 30 of us in here, trying to pilot legislation through this house and in the upper house when it gets there, once it is successfully navigated there as well, legislation cannot be it. I'm appealing to all of the organizations, the entities, the institutions in our country to help us to make a positive difference in this issue relative to crime. Civil society organizations, Mr. Speaker, sir, the Boy Scouts, the Girl Guides. Mr. Speaker, many of these organizations are struggling. Sad to say, but many of these organizations are struggling. They're struggling on many fronts. One, to get volunteers. I remember being a Boy Scout at Eden Lodge Primary School, Mr. Speaker. I remember that there were Scout leaders at that time. I remember being at Eden Lodge Primary School and seeing the Girl Guides, the Brownies, rather, meeting on evenings as well. And there were Brownie leaders there as well, mature individuals, usually teachers from the school, that were making a positive contribution and giving back to the next generation of Barbadians. I'm not seeing as much of that now as I saw when I was a child, Mr. Speaker. And these organizations don't just lack in terms of the access to volunteers, but in many cases they lack funding as well that would help them to be able to push their programs. I'm speaking as well, Mr. Speaker, sir, to the churches in our society. And we would have had conversations earlier today. The Honourable Member for St. Peter, the Honourable Member for St. Michael North East, our Prime Minister, would have alluded to the $5 million grant that is being afforded to faith-based organizations to allow them to be able to implement programs that will make positive interventions in our various communities to help our young people to go in the right direction. I'm asking, I'm pleading, Mr. Speaker, sir, with the churches to take up that $5 million, use it up extensively, max it out in pursuit of programs, of proposals, and initiatives that will make the difference in our country. Make good use of the money that is available to you. I'm also appealing to civil society organizations that relate to men and women. We have men's organizations. We have women's specific organizations. I'm appealing to all of them to be able to do even more, to give even a greater effort, Mr. Speaker, sir, to help us to be able to address some of these issues that we're seeing. Secondly, I want to appeal to corporate Barbados. Mr. Speaker, I was privileged once again yesterday to be able to give remarks and to be a part of an exercise with the Prince Godwill Foundation and the Republic Bank Make a Difference campaign, where we would have delivered some devices, some fire retardant materials, and also fire alarms. We would have delivered to them fire extinguishers, and this was at the Irving Wilson School, Mr. Speaker, sir, in Wildy. And it was a good exercise to be a part of because it showed corporate Barbados coming in contact with a civil society organization or a foundation and working then with the government of our country to be able to see a need and to address that need. And I want to encourage more of corporate Barbados to do likewise. When I was in the business world, wearing that hat as a person leading several different organizations, we have this thing called CSR, Corporate Social Responsibility. Many years ago, it was a very trending topic. Many organizations wanted to have CSR activities, corporate social responsibility. I'm not hearing that same level of energy and enthusiasm for CSR as it was a few years ago. But I want to, if I can, from this place, Mr. Speaker, through you, I want to encourage the members of corporate Barbados, wherever you are, whether you be a medium, micro-size, whether you be a micro, small, or medium-sized enterprise, whether you be a large entity in this country, I want to encourage them to make use of their corporate social responsibility budgets and make sure that there are programs that they can invest in that would allow our young people to have positive places to place their energy, Mr. Speaker, sir. And see this as a part of your triple bottom line effort. Not only focusing on profit, not only focusing on the planet, but of course, Mr. Speaker, and I would even say most importantly, focusing on the people, the communities that you are a part of in this country. So I'm encouraging members of corporate Barbados, join us in this effort while we discuss anti-gang legislation, while we seek to prevent and control gangs and gang behavior, whilst in this wider suite of initiatives, we're seeking to reduce crime and deviance in our society. Mr. Speaker, I'm calling on corporate Barbados to lend their support, to put their financial resources, to put their time resources, to put their knowledge and their experience, to put it at the disposal of our young people in this country. And even as I say this, Mr. Speaker, I must say this. I am concerned about the level of indiscipline that we're seeing across our society. And again, whilst we would want to pigeonhole these serious incidents of gun crime to young men, we have a serious issue in our country and a growing issue when it comes to indiscipline. Mr. Speaker, when you park your car indiscriminately, that is an act of indiscipline. When you burn stuff in the community and it's a nuisance to your neighbors, persons who have asthma, older persons, younger persons in society, these things are acts of indiscipline. When you drive along the highway and throw your refuse out through the window, Mr. Speaker, this is an act of indiscipline. When the authorities speak to you and you curse them or you respond to them in an aggressive manner, Mr. Speaker, these are acts of indiscipline. And whilst we think of gun crime and we see that as being the highlight, if you want to use that word, of criminal activity in our country, I am saying that we have had, and over the course of the last few years, we've had growing indiscipline across our society. Mr. Speaker, as a member of Parliament, I see it. We have persons who park their cars indiscriminately in front of other people's homes. People make complaints. They can't resolve it. It comes to high noise, it comes to cursing, it comes to conflict within communities. All of these, I believe, feed into some of the increases in crime and the social breakdown that we're seeing in our society. So I want to call for all of our people, not just the young men who may be in gangs today, or the young men who may be candidates or at risk, or the young persons who may be candidates or at risk to be in gangs tomorrow, but I'm calling for all of the members of our society. Let us reduce indiscipline wherever it is found in our communities. Reduce indiscipline. Let us act as civilized persons within our communities, one towards the other, and I believe that that will help us in bringing down the temperature relative to crime. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, I believe that government has greatest responsibility, so I also want to speak to government. Beyond legislation, I want, Mr. Speaker, for us to focus on grassroots interventions within our communities. I believe, Mr. Speaker, that every single ministry, department, and agency should have a social restoration project as a part of its commitment for results. A social restoration. Remember, I said that I believe I will call all the efforts that we're making as a government social restoration strategies or initiatives. And I'm therefore asking, Mr. Speaker, and putting it on the table from this place, for what it is worth, for every single ministry, department, and agency, as you start to think out what it is that you want to do every single year to deliver for the people of Barbados. Also see if you can find a social restoration project or initiative, something, some sort of give back, some sort of initiative, some sort of project that will help us to restore the social fabric in our various communities. And I would like it to be elevated to the level of being placed in our commitment for results documents. Mr. Speaker, sir, I want to say that we as a government need to strategically address the factors that encourage social decay and decline, the factors that create an environment for criminal behavior to thrive and flourish. Mr. Speaker, I have responsibility for 2 housing areas in my constituency, in Grisettes and in Eden Lodge, 2 large housing estates. And we need, in our efforts to address crime, to see how we can address some of the issues in our housing estates. They're densely populated. They are a hotbed for social challenges and issues. We need to beautify these areas, Mr. Speaker, sir. I know there's been an effort by this government. I've seen it in some of the other estates across the island where there's been some paint work that has been offered to some of those establishments. We need to beautify them. We need to make them safer, Mr. Speaker, sir. We need to build out the community and communal spaces, so play parks, green spaces. We need to put benches out there. Just because they're in urban communities, Mr. Speaker, doesn't mean that they don't need to have recreational spaces. We need to invest, if we really want to tackle crime, we need to invest in improving our housing estates and our housing across our island. I believe that we need to identify and also invest in the community leaders. Mr. Speaker, every member of parliament is not necessarily a community leader in his or her various communities. There are people on the ground in many of our communities who are really the influencers. They're not influencers on social media, Honourable Member for St. James South. They're not influencers on Facebook or on WhatsApp or on IG, but they're on the ground and they have influence within their communities. We need to identify them as a part of our strategy, Honourable Member for City of Bridgetown. We need to identify them. We need to invest in them not only in terms of skills, not only in terms of the time that we afford them to be able to be a part of their experience, but we need to invest in them generally so that they can continue to have the positive impact and influence that we want them to have. Improve lighting in our communities, Mr. Speaker. Maintain public lands that are currently overrun by bush. Mr. Speaker, there's a whole amount of sociological training and there's so many theories out there that have been posted over the years about how I think one is called the broken glass theory, a sociological theory that speaks about how improvements in persons' physical and built environment can have a positive effect on how they see themselves. And these are things that we as a government need to strategically address as well. We need to fix broken sidewalks. You have young children that have to be skipping over broken culverts. And how does this affect their psyche? How does it affect how they see themselves, Mr. Speaker? We need to see crime fighting broader and wider than just the penal system or what we do with our police service. We need to address poverty. And I think that this government has been doing a good job of that by trying to invest in entrepreneurial activities. We need to focus on our youth, Mr. Speaker. And again, I'm encouraging the government to invest in grassroots after school and mentorship programs across the various communities. Make the funds available, whether through members of parliament or whether through the various clubs that are part of these communities. Make the funding available, make the training available, make the human resources available to help us to ensure that we have grassroots community activities taking place, mentorship and after school across the length and breadth of our country. And in closing, Mr. Speaker, I want to encourage our government to work for our people. We have a tremendous public service. We have many of our public officers who go to work every single day and they do utmost in delivery of service to our people. I want to encourage them to continue to do that. There are many organizations that serve our people very well, but we also know, Mr. Speaker, that there are some institutions and MDAs that are in our country, ministry, department, and agencies that need to be more responsive to our public, need to be able to meet the needs so that when persons call in and say they have a particular challenge, the system must work for them, Mr. Speaker. If the system does not work and people become frustrated with systems that do not work, they will continue to operate outside of the system. They will find ways and means, and this usually leads to lives of crime. So we need systems that work. Government must work for its people. When a report that I liked is not working in my area, I want to see some action on that within a few weeks, if not a few days, if not a few weeks. I was going to say a few months because I know how it is in reality right now. But I want to say a few days, if not a few weeks, Mr. Speaker, sir. Government must work for our people. Courts need to work for our people. Mr. Speaker, sir, I must say this. I am often appalled when I see cases being in the court pages of our newspaper or periodicals, and I see that a case, an incident happened in 2016. Sometimes a serial, what I would consider to be a very serious crime, something like rape in some cases. And the case is now coming up in 2026. These are things that need to be addressed within our reform that we're doing, and I know that the honourable members for both Christchurch East and also the city of Bridgetown, I know they're working assiduously to increase the number of persons that we have in our courts, but we need to address these issues so that the systems work for our people, and people can then operate within the confines of the system and not outside of them. So, Mr. Speaker, sir, I support this initiative. I believe it fits in to the wider work that's being done by this government, the social restoration initiatives and strategies of this government. So this is a part of that cog, and I'm happy to be able to lend my voice in support of it. I encourage this administration to continue on the front foot, to continue the good work that's being done to address our issues. But again, as I close, I appeal to civil society. I appeal to corporate Barbados to lend their hands, their funding, their support to help us to be able to address our issues of deviance and crime in our country. Mr. Speaker, I'm obliged.
Honourable Member St. James North.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to lend my voice to this debate, but I assure you and all members here, I'll be very, 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 very brief. I could not let this moment go, particularly given what's happening in Barbados, but also within the context of ensuring that our schools, where all of our young people pass through, and we of course are seeing, when we look at the reality of the crimes taking place, a number of our children, or children who go on to adulthood, they're leaving school, and of course getting involved in a number of activities. And it's around that age group that we really must continue to target. But equally, there's some hard truths that we must confront. And I certainly lend my voice to the debate, not just as Member of Parliament for St. James North, but as Minister with responsibility for education. And I want to start there and simply say this. Whilst we're transforming education and delivering, of course, on major transformation in infrastructure and curriculum and a number of areas, and including, and as you would have heard the Honourable Prime Minister indicate, coming September, in order to ensure that for the first time in our history, our students don't only get involved in activities on an extracurricular basis, but embedded in a mandatory component where it is now for the first time compulsory from September to be able to graduate from secondary school, the inclusion of ensuring that students are involved in civic organizations where they can learn citizenship, civic mindedness, team sports, and helping them to become better citizens. But in addition to that, we also have to make it clear that our schools cannot be breeding grounds for crime. I want to repeat, our schools cannot and will not be breeding ground for crime. And I therefore support this unequivocally, and I want to make it clear. School is a place for learning, school is a place for fun, school is a place for development, school is a place where you nurture relationships with your peers, you have to respect your teachers, you have to respect authority. And therefore, the ministry has had and will continue to have a zero tolerance on deviant behavior in schools. School is not a place for weapons. And from time to time, as seen as under the Education Act principles, supported by the security of our schools, particularly at the secondary level, you will see interventions and searches on a spot check basis to make sure that these things are not there. Why am I saying all of this? For a long time, a number of our children, not the majority, the vast minority, get into activity that they ought not to. And therefore, I heard the call of the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central on there also being a public education through our schools and with our schools to understand this legislation. And I also want to use the occasion to say that our student councils certainly will be encouraged to also share with us this message and to their peers so as to ensure that they understand the parameters, not just of the bill, but the consequence of ensuring that they now realize that they have a role to play in shaping the influence of their peers. This is a national effort. But we cannot do all of this, Mr. Speaker, without looking at the issue of discipline. I've gone on record, and the ministry has gone on record with respect to ensuring that people understand punctuality is key. Students are getting to school sometimes 10, 11 o'clock in circumstances where buses pass them empty. And the ministry has made it very clear to our principals, and our truancy officers are going out continually to make sure that they understand that they have to be at school on time. Discipline, discipline, discipline. All the anti-gang. Because if you don't nip these things in the bud, they then go on into developing other areas. So I want to make it very clear, unequivocally, that the Ministry of Education will play its part in ensuring that we can get our young people to understand that school is for school, and school is for the future development of your lives and your community and your family, and be on notice that we will continue to have a zero tolerance with respect to any deviant behavior. Because why? We have to have a broad approach and holistic approach, Mr. Speaker, in this regard. And I want to commend the Honourable Member for the City for bringing this bill and all of those who would have worked to getting us here. I thank you.
Honourable Member for Christchurch East.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of the chamber for 10 minutes until 25 minutes past 7 o'clock.
The question is that this honourable chamber be suspended for 10 minutes. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Meeting the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands suspended for 10 minutes. Yeah. Is it back there too? This sitting is resumed. Honourable member for City of Bridgetown.
Speaker, sir, I raised the, I know they said close an address to this debate, sir. I wrap up this debate, sir. And first, I want to thank all honourable members who contributed to this debate, in particular the Honourable Prime Minister. And indeed, this debate reflected on the fact that this government is serious about tackling gun violence in this country and gang-related activity. Indeed, the modernization of our criminal justice system, the fact, sir, that we're seeking to protect Barbadians, the fact that we're ensuring that there's public safety, particularly among our citizens, we're enhancing citizen security, sir. And I must say, sir, that we have to go on a public education program in relation to this bill, sir. And of course, when it comes into law, as a legislation, sir, we have to go to the public and do public education programs, sir. And not only that, sir, we require also training, sir, for police officers, sir, and prosecutors, sir. And the reason I say that, sir, I read a lot of gang cases, sir, particularly those coming out of Trinidad and Jamaica, sir. And sir, if you permit me, there's a case called Michael Douglas and the Attorney General of Trinidad and Tobago, sir. I will make it a document of the House. And if I could read, sir, your indulgence, sir, I want to read from paragraph 74 of that judgment, sir. And it referred to a case, sir, of Kevin Stewart versus the Attorney General of Tobago, Trinidad and Tobago, sir. And the judge had the following to say in relation to the type of evidence, sir, necessary to establish a case of being a member of a gang under the Anti-Gang Act. This is what it says, sir. It is readily apparent, sir, that from these provisions, that proving gang membership in a court of law is no slam dunk, sir. It is no slam dunk. He said it requires a careful compilation of the evidence showing how the gang is organized, how the gang activity is perpetrated through gang members, and their respective roles in such activities. Evidence at trial must be carefully led to show the nexus between the gang, the members, and the activity. In a case where the gang-related activity relates to narcotics, evidence of actual sale of the narcotics is required to prove the gang-related activities. Mere surveillance, sir, without more, may not suffice. It is not enough to simply observe the accused making interactions with other persons. The evidence must be that the narcotics were sold by the accused to someone. This would include proof of exchange of money and the actual price paid. Undercover surveillance may be necessary. The best evidence would be that from a former member of the gang, sir. But that is why I say, sir, that we have to obviously engage training of police officers, and of course, including the DPP and the prosecutors, sir, in this matter, sir. Important, sir, is the establishment of a parenting hotline, sir, for deviant children, sir. That is important. I have been instructed by the Prime Minister, sir, to set up that very shortly, and that will be done, sir. Once you get an instruction, sir, from the Prime Minister, sir, of course, you have to follow up. Because we are serious about tackling this matter that's before the court. So as I said, sir, I want to thank all honourable members for their contributions. Most of them actually engaged in crime prevention measures, which I spoke to in my opening. And in these circumstances, sir, I beg to move that this bill, sir, be read a second time, sir.
The question is that this bill be read a second time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
I beg to move, sir, that the House resolve itself.
Wait, continue.
Yeah, you don't leave the chair, sir. And the House resolve itself in the committee for consideration of one bill, sir, in committee, sir.
The question is that the Speaker do not leave the chair and the House resolve itself into committee for further consideration of this bill. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
This Honourable House is now in committee.
Mr. Chairman, permission to call the bill in parts and clauses.
Permission so granted.
Part 1, clauses 1 through 4.
I beg to move that clause 1 stands part, sir. 1 to 4 stands part.
The question is that part 1, clauses 1 to 4 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. You think the ayes have it?
Part 2 clauses, whatever. Right, so you can follow.
If you want a copy for me, I ain't
Mr. Chairman, part 2, clauses 5 through 17.
I beg to move that clauses 5 to 17 stand part.
The question is that part 2, clauses 5 to 17 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. We think the ayes have it.
Part 3, clause 18.
I beg to move that part 3, clause 18 stand part.
The question is that part 3, clause 18 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. We think the ayes have it.
Part 4, clauses 19 to 27.
I beg that part 4, clauses 19 to 27 stand part.
The question is that part 4, clauses 19 to 27 stand part. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. We think the ayes have it.
First schedule.
I beg to move that the schedule be the schedule to the bill.
First schedule.
First schedule.
The question is that the first schedule will be the first schedule to the bill. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. We think the ayes have it.
The second schedule.
Move that the second schedule be the schedule to the bill.
The question is that the second schedule be the second schedule to the bill. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. We think the ayes have it.
Third schedule.
I beg that the third schedule be the third schedule to the bill.
The question is that the third schedule be the third schedule to the bill. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. We think the ayes have it.
I beg, Mr. Chairman, sir, that you report to the Speaker of one bill passing committee.
The question is that I do not report to His Honour the Speaker the passing of one bill in committee. All honourable members in favour, say aye. Honourable members against, say no. Methinks the ayes have it.
The chairman of committees is reporting the passing of one bill in committee. Honourable Member for City of Bridgetown.
I beg to move that the bill be read the third time.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to move that the bill will now be passed and be cited. As cited as the Criminal Gangs Prevention and Control Bill 2026.
The question is that this bill be passed and so cited. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. Me think the ayes have it. This bill is passed and so cited.
Order number 6, sir. In the name of the Honourable Minister of Finance, to move the passing of a resolution to approve, in accordance with the provisions of the Special Loans Act, Chapter 105, the borrowing by the Government of Barbados of the sum of approximately Barbados $194.5 million by way of 2 export finance credits of approximately Barbados 54.2 and Barbados 140.3 million respectively from Banco Santander SA on the terms and conditions contained in an agreement, the main provisions of which are set out in the schedule for the acquisition of radars and offshore patrol vessels intended to bolster Barbados's national security purposes.
Honourable member for Christchurch East Central.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I raised to pilot this resolution very quickly, really supporting the efforts to improve Barbados's national security framework. And given the order of the day in relation to citizen security, I think that Bajans would appreciate where the government is going with this specific resolution. And the clerk, in reading the very brief description, I will just remind, through you, sir, the country, that Barbados has a very aged Coast Guard infrastructure. And to the extent, sir, that over the course of the last 8 years, we've actually had to do a lot of dry docking to keep the infrastructure of the Coast Guard in the water. So we spent a lot of time out of the water, restoring and maintaining the boats. And therefore, the National Security Council determined that it was the right time to be able to reinvest now that we've reached the 20-year, almost the 20-year mark in relation to the commissioning of the original fleet. Now this, let me just say at the outset, sir, this resolution is here as part of how we were going to modernize the external infrastructure in relation to how we defend Barbados' interests, and therefore we have entered into this arrangement to get better terms and conditions than if we had to go into the market. Having said that, sir, I wish to bring to the House's attention and to the country, sir, that the acquisition of these critical pieces of equipment, the radar, as well as the offshore patrol vehicles, have been procured on the basis that we have been able to get a guarantee, sir, from the French Treasury, which allows us to be able to utilize export credit agency facilities and concessional financing that allows Barbados to be able to procure this very critical equipment. And so the loan from Santander, which is the bank, providing the financing for up to 85% of the acquisition costs, is what we're here to debate this evening. And so the normal procurement, procurement was followed in the normal way, where presentations were made to the Security Council, sir, in relation to the costings from various providers. And as you would appreciate, sir, given that the French government, French Treasury, was providing a guarantee on a state-to-state basis, sir, as is the case with respect to export credit agencies, then naturally the providers are French companies, which came and made proposals to the government of Barbados, and the government of Barbados in turn then selected the best options in relation to the acquisition of this equipment. And so given where we are moving, sir, right now, this is where we are at in relation to the costs. Within the schedule, sir, just to be absolutely clear, the radar is at Schedule 1, page 3, sir. That is the cost associated with, and the terms and conditions are set out there in relation to the radar, sir, under Loan 1 and under Loan 2 in the schedule sets out the terms, sir, for the offshore patrol vessels. Now, sir, under this arrangement that we have negotiated, as you know, sir, the AHM, well, no, it's not AHMS anymore, but the Trident, sir, the Trident, and given what we've been discussing all day, part of this arrangement, sir, as I had indicated, a number of the other ships have been dry docked. We're going to retire those, sir, but we're going to keep the Trident vessel, sir, as part of this arrangement to have it retrofitted, to be able to provide more training and the expansion of the Sea Cadet program, sir, to ensure that, again, as we have been debating all afternoon, in relation to how do we divert a number of our young people into more productive activities. Some of these resources, sir, under Loan 2 will be utilized, sir, to be able to upgrade and modernize, if you like, sir, the Trident as part of the acquisition of the other 3 offshore patrol vessels that allows us to be able to do the things, have the BDF and the Coast Guard be able to do the things that they can do best. Let me say at the outset, sir, that as you may recall, sir, when the ash fell, when the volcano erupted, in St. Vincent, the Defense Force immediately set about responding to St. Vincent, and there are a number of other humanitarian missions, if you like, that the Coast Guard has undertaken. But the reality, sir, is that the current vessels are not designed specifically for those types of missions. And so therefore, these new acquisitions with respect to the offshore, the OPVs, would allow the Coast Guard to be better able to respond to those missions, as well as being able to interdict as appropriate to defend Barbados. And so the terms and conditions here, sir, represent a reflection, I should say, of the fact that we are getting the guarantee from the French government, which means obviously better terms and conditions, and the extent to which we are able to procure these vessels as well as new radar will be critical to how Barbados will be able to respond to the various levels of interdiction that are required to help protect Barbados. And so these are the simple terms in relation to helping Barbados to modernize, sir, its national security framework, whilst at the same time being able to give more opportunity to train young boys and girls in the Sea Cadet program to help them facilitate more training within the maritime space, which is consistent, as you would recall, sir, with respect to the various pieces of legislation that the Honourable Member for St. Michael West Central has brought here with respect to seafarers, and therefore, again, sir, another expansion of a critical program to give young people an opportunity, sir, to be able to do something more productive for this country. And so I don't think, sir, that this is a debate that needs to be explained further to the public, but the public will get the assurance that this government continues to respond when it can with respect to being able to bolster our security infrastructure. And I think through the negotiations with the Honourable Prime Minister and the French President, we'll be able to land on this specific set of financing, which allows us then, sir, to be able to respond to support the other work that the law enforcement agencies are undertaking, and to the extent that we want to ask Barbadians their support in every effort to allow us to be able to protect Barbados. We are mobilizing resources, sir, to be able to ensure that our borders are better enhanced, and that we have the most modern set of capability to be able to do a better job moving forward. And so the terms and conditions are quite clear, but let me just reiterate for the benefit of the record and the House, sir. The first loan, which is for the radar, sir, is a term of 8 years, and the all-in interest rate is 5.61%. It does include natural disaster clauses, as well as the premium that we will pay. And as I said, sir, these loans only represent 85% of the actual cost. The government will put in the counterparty 15% to be able to acquire and that amount, sir, is approximately 54 million Barbados dollars. The second loan, which is related to the offshore patrol vessels, sir, as well as the retrofit of the Trident, 61 million euros approximately, sir, almost 140 million Barbados dollars. It's a 10-year term, sir, and all in again, sir, 5.67%, and the insurance premium, sir, of up to 11.96%. And therefore, these facilities allow us to be able to have the fastest acquisition of these critical pieces of equipment. And therefore, with that, sir, I hope that once we're able to get this resolution passed, the agreement signed, then it allows the Barbados government to continue to assure citizens that we are doing our best to ensure that on all fronts, sir, onshore and offshore, that we're able to bolster the security apparatus of the country. But more importantly, because the Coast Guard has been mounting a number of humanitarian assistance and disaster response given the climate crisis, this capability allows us then to do more to help our brothers and sisters in the neighboring countries as the need arises, and therefore allowing our Barbados to play a very critical role in the regional security architecture, but certainly being able to bring relief as it is needed in that respect. And so, sir, this resolution is quite simple, quite straightforward. It is consistent with what we've been discussing all day, and I think as we continue, sir, to ensure that we protect Barbados, this loan, these two loans, with respect to the radar as well as the offshore patrol vessels, I think forms a key part of how Barbados's law enforcement agencies are better able to protect citizens. And with those very few words, sir, I beg to move that this resolution do not pass.
The question is that this resolution do not pass. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. I think the ayes have it. This resolution stands passed. Honourable member for Christchurch East.
Sir, with that, we've come to the end of today's sitting. I beg to move, sir, the adjournment of the House to the 9th of June at 10 in the forenoon.
The question is
Tuesday, the 9th of June.
The question is that this honourable chamber be adjourned until Tuesday, the 9th day of June 2026 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon. All those honourable members in favour, please say aye. Those against, please say no. We think the ayes have it. This honourable chamber stands adjourned until Tuesday, the 9th day of June 2026 at 10 a.m. in the forenoon.